สวยโอเคไปโตเลยจ้า
I'm champion.
Now the push comes through from the other side and salute.
I will be the champion, not salute.
Take this fight, they're both eyeing the Howl player now.
I'm champion. Let's get it.
The rest of the people. Oh, bleed. It looks like they're in a little bit of a weird spot here.
Разрешение надо поменять. Выплатить времени.
Dancing machine. Zero. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Beep.
Oh, salute.
Let's go, students. Destiny.
Let's go.
I'm coming.
Where are you?
I'm coming.
Okay. Nice.
Okay. Okay. Let's go.
Oh no!
Nice range. Nice.
He's pushing me. Help!
No.
Help!
No.
To your right! Oh my god!
Alpha.
He's pushing! Go! Nice!
The main thing, I think it was to get fast as you can to the spot.
일단 저의 전략은 일단 뽑기에서 시림지와 저와 한 팀이 되는 게 일단 목표였어요. 일단 거기서 끝. 그거 된 순간 끝이에요. 그 이후로는 이제 알아서 다 잡고 다 죽이자. 그 작전이었던 것 같습니다.
I think we all figured out the best strategy. It was to get all what you needed and then drive in between the two locations so that you could be, equal distance to both and have good timings for both.
Kế hoạch thì bọn mình không có, thì bọn mình chỉ cứ vô cầm súng rồi bắn thôi.
Yeah, Shrimsy is dead. He surprised me by the bot. Unforgettable.
쉬린지 혼자서도 잘해요.
Obviously, I know how impressive all these guys are, but I was most surprised by Salute's energy. I think that outside of the game, he was very energetic and, very loving and caring, and he was just fun to be around. So it makes doing stuff like this with other players very fun, and having a guy like that is very important.
Còn điều ấn tượng đó là ΣΜΟΤΡΙΜ vì anh ta vừa mới vô anh chết.
Yulian is pretty good spot for me. I like it pretty much.
방금 같이 이제 했던 컨텐츠 중에 이제 마켓 컨텐츠가 좀 신선했고, 그 다음에 새로 나온 장비들 스턴건이나 긴급 엄폐 신호탄 그런 것들이 좀 재밌는 요소가 될 것 같습니다.
I really enjoy Mayran, the city. I think it's very fun to fight in. I think they did a great job making the city. All the crosses are very short, and you know, you can get onto some small roofs, but if there's no like super overpowered angle, I think that it's a very fun city to fight in.
Có lẽ là factory ở giữa map ạ. Mình nghĩ các bạn nên trải nghiệm map về về đồ họa thì còn với bàn cũng như map rộng thì có nhiều khu để nhảy nên là mình nghĩ các bạn nên thử.
Just take J9, do your best, and get fun.
원래 좀 새로운 맵이 나오면 저 같은 경우에는 좀 거부감이 드는데 이번 새로운 맵은 거부감이 저에게 들지 않을 정도로 재밌는 맵이니까 많이 해보시길 추천드립니다.
I would say just enjoy it. I think it's a very good map. I really enjoy all the terrain. I think they did a fantastic job making it.
Mình nghĩ các bạn nên thử cảm giác trải nghiệm một lần ở map này vì có những tính năng hay và có thêm một cái súng mới đó là CS9.
좀 나온다면 재밌을 것 같긴 해요.
I've never played it for esports yet, so I don't know particularly well, but I think that it's a very good map and I enjoy it, so I think that it's going to be pretty good.
Theo mình nghĩ là có vì map rộng với cả mình thấy hợp lý.
Let's go!
Your PGS 1 champion will be 17 Gaming!
I am a soul man, I am a soul believer, and congratulations to him for that MVP.
The heartbreak coming in off of this is just so close.
Make some noise for your PUBG Global Series 2 champions, Sonics!
19 kills after 21 minutes of this match.
We say goodbye to Day Trade.
Cerberus Esports to win a major title in PUBG. Victory! Welcome to PGS Premium, man!
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back to the final day of group stages at PGS4, co-hosted by Crafton and VSPO. Before we start, we want to give a shout out to those that make it possible. On to Seat, we want to thank as our official tournament gaming chair partner for their amazing support of this event, as well as Zowie's 2546X gaming monitor, the choice of PUBG professionals when seeing every single detail matters most. Now, here to walk you through the details of our final day of play in the group stages is myself, Toffees, and Matrim to break down the action. It has been a wild ride with some unexpected ups and downs so far.
Yeah, if you were tuned in yesterday, let's be honest, everybody's going to be talking about Sonics and the performance that they put into that one.
You call it a performance, like, yeah, well, we'll get it.
Yeah, we'll get there in a minute. But also, a lot of teams now drawing their attention over to GNL, right at that cusp position where a lot of people are having expectations for. So it is going to be a spicy day, and I'm excited.
It is, and here it is. There you see the group stages. Wednesday, it is the final day of group stages. At the end of this, there will be 8 teams that end their run here in Shanghai. The top 16 will advance to Friday and Saturday as well as Sunday to play those 18 rounds for absolute dominance to join our previous winners, Cerberus, Sonics, and 17 as PGS champions.
Through it, we are on groups A and C, so we are at the very end of this, and then we're going to get our top 16 moving forward. And like you were talking about, there's just so much expectation going into this, specifically because we've seen so many winners from so many different regions. This is going to put a lot of pressure on these squads, but there's been one team that has been rising and drawing a ton of attention.
Tell me more.
And that is Cerberus. They are back today. I know I cannot wait to see what they're going to unleash, but even then, it's just, they have been such a dominant force all around that you've seen a couple of modifications of playstyle, depending on how you encounter them.
The irony is not lost on me that Cerberus has made the playing field a living hell for most of these teams. They go out there, they fight, and they are a poltergeist, a challenge for almost everybody. Now, that said, there are some other big names taking the field. Twisted Minds was not happy with their performance, even though it was third. They believe and should rightly believe that they have the potential and should be winning this thing. So they're going to come out here with a little bit of something to prove. We've got teams like the Falcon and 17 who should not be where they are, that have a bone to pick with the rest of this lobby, have to come out strong.
Yeah, a lot of attention's drawn over there. We also do have a $100,000 prize pool for whoever comes in first place, $40,000 and then $20,000 back behind that one. Our point system you are 1,000% familiar with, but I'll go ahead and break it down for you guys. You get 10 points for first, it diminishes down to 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And if you come in 9th through 16th, you get absolutely nothing, except if you get some kills, in which case you get 1 point.
Right, like Cerberus, you can get 1 point for placement and 27 points for kills.
Exactly.
That's just the way that those guys work. Now, what else are you playing for? The road to PGC means PGS points, and that is a bid to go to the big show. At the end of the day, at the end of the year, we bring all of the best together for the global championships. You start to make that statement here at PGS 3 and 4, and these teams need to make it happen. Now, again, we're going to show you the teams that are participating in this tournament. If you are new and you don't know what that is, on the left side, GPT means Global Partner Team. These are teams that have been invested in the game, and we expect to do well, which is why it was shocking yesterday to see the Sonics struggling so much.
Yeah, team didn't struggle, new happy. Stellar performance yesterday. Really like what we see cementing around with them. I know that really, whenever we were talking about 17 a second ago, a lot of roster swaps changes have been going on with them, so really excited to see if they can pull something together. But on top of that, FaZe, we've been seeing them, while they've had a couple of losses in the early game, have managed to really scrap together a pretty solid day all around yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think they can keep scrapping that forward. I think they put up the points they need to keep moving. Virtus Pro, another team that we saw a little bit weak in PGS 3, has looked much stronger here in this event. But here's two players who are incredibly strong. Hamas and Mingming, head-to-head, what do you think?
Day 1 versus Day 2 Superstar is pretty much what we're going to be looking at. I mean, it's pretty close in a lot of these categories, but whenever we look at it, I don't think that a lot of times people realize the difference that 60 damage does on a competitive level, and that's one of the reasons and the keys of success what we keep seeing with people.
Let's take a look at some of their highlight moments. This is Hamas, and you see, this is the thing about him. Sometimes he misses a spray only because he assumes that he would have got them faster and moves on to the next transfer, and he goes back and plays just as well. But this guy has been an absolute poltergeist. That said, I will also say Haisaki has been playing better than I've seen him play in a very long time. Yeah. So Lolzy as well. Tycon, I think, is doing a great job as an anchor, and I know that I've seen memes where he's getting a bit of a hard time from the community of like, hey, why aren't you getting the kills? This roster has been incredibly strong, and they play so well together.
If you can get these 3 players together with the killing capabilities that they've got and then just kind of direct them, that should be your job.
Right.
And I mean, we know that Tycon can frag out in an amazing way. We saw it over at PGC last year. So there's no shame in making sure that you take it for the team. That's the leader's job to really try to escalate that. Now, Mingming yesterday, he was just top of game. I know that Longsker gets a lot of attention based off of his like fragging capabilities. But really, man, Mingming, it's good to see him coming back in such strong form.
Let's take the overall leaderboard. Now, remember, your 12 matches played mean they are done. TSM 4, Ampero, they are done. Legacy as well. Those teams should be fine. The cutoff point very likely going to be, I think, in that, what number are we looking at here?
I mean,
GNL-ish?
GNL-ish. We could see a slide down, right? Mathematics can be problematic. because we have two very strong teams. TSM already done.
Right.
They've got their 105.
Yeah.
But whenever we look through on this, you can see that moving down, Cerberus already at 68, and then
Yeah.
New Happy was in the 60s as well.
So let me ask you this.
Decent chance that they could
Let me
hit
ask you
120
this.
between the two of them.
For those of us who are trying to snort some Sonic's copium, I'm trying to figure out the copium point system. Is there a world where they get through with 49 points?
If everybody that's ahead of them has a phenomenal day and doesn't let anybody else move up, maybe. But I mean, it is really close. There's a lot of squads that are just nipping on the heels of Sonics and their placement points. So I would say that it's not likely, but possible.
Okay. And as we go over this, so take a look at the fantasy scores. You can play along at home. It's a lot of fun. The question, though, for me is I think you brought up when we were hanging out in the green room the idea of point sponges. Can Cerberus, for instance, go so absolutely bananas that there's not enough points for a team like 17 to get back to this?
Yes, placement points become the bigger factor whenever we're looking at it, because if you can kill everybody inside the lobby, naturally that is a big section of points that are going to go away. But the placement points are still going to be a key factor, and that's one of the reasons why we have to have a team that's just doing pretty bad that's at the bottom that's going to eat those placement points, or somebody that's already qualified. So if you start to see teams stacking up specific high kill counts, like Cerberus and New Happy, also getting high placement, winning rounds, massive for them.
Sounds like most of us are on board with Cerberus continuing to get big points, as Himas continues to be one of the most selected players based on his valuation, though it does change up there at the bottom. We got some Ibizas, we got a lot of people investing in Twisted Minds. Matt, let's see what we're looking at here. Longsker, Ferris, Gustav. I like that. A little bit of a risk, but high reward.
Yeah, I would decide to go with Longsker. Ming Ming had himself a great day yesterday, but I figured people were going to be picking him up, so I thought maybe I'd step away from it, go over to Longsker. Maybe he'll have his day and give me a chance to kind of creep back in.
10%, okay?
I mean, why would you not?
But you have to. But also, I mean, that is, I think, maybe one of the highest pick rates we have ever seen in fantasy in terms of people grabbing this player. And I understand why.
He performs. I mean, he is the go-to pick, and if you're the other 90%, oops, you're going to have a bad day.
I like the Shrimsies at a 1.7. You guys forgot to change your rosters. He's not playing today. All right. Let's look at the top.
We still believe, Toffees. We still believe.
Top point overall gainers, Purdy Curdy, having a career renaissance. Best I've seen him play in a long time, and rightly so. Believes in himself. Look at this guy. 100 points, dominating the field.
Now, really what's interesting when we look at this is the expectation for TSM is kind of, you can see the costs on them. And with that, a lot of the really high qualifiers for yesterday were fairly cheap, and you could establish yourself a good team.
The analyst desk is getting smoked, Matt.
We are, but we're having fun. You know, Saga made sure to pick one of his favorite players in Jacob, so he's joining us and having fun. We're being a little bit risky for this event, and there's no harm in it.
I'm not having fun. I'm trying to win, and I stink at it. I have to look Cameron in the eyes every single day as he dances on my grave. I am buried in this fantasy. But today, we come back because we're starting on a wrangle. It's going to be an EETVMM sort of day, and we're wrapping up in the Dusty Dunes. And to me, that's interesting because here's my fun point. Cerberus. Cerberus drops in Picado, normally in their region. They don't do it here because of 17. But check this out. If 17 is struggling at the end of the day, it's a great excuse that no one can judge them for if they choose to try to keep 17 out so they can have that drop spot.
Yeah, and if there's a squad that could have the potential to do it, I would say it could be Cerberus, because we know that the fragging capability with that squad, just the amount of kills
and
they
they're
can stack
qualified.
Up, they're pretty much qualified already. There's minimal risk, so this is what we often talk about asserting your authority on a lobby. They're a squad that can do it right now.
They got to assert their authority. Let's see what they come out and do. Guys, it is time to get game number 1 of our final day of play here at PGS 4 underway. Let's do this right now.
ก็ตอนที่เรารู้ตัวว่าทีมเราไม่เข้ารอบไฟนอลเราก็คุยกับทีมว่าเราจะไม่พักแล้วเราก็จะมานั่งดูทีมอื่นแข่งกันว่าเขาเล่นกันยังไงแล้วเราก็มีความมั่นใจมากขึ้นจะกลับมาได้ใน PGS 4
We discussed the games a lot. We went over all our mistakes. We realized what we did wrong, and now we're doing a lot more prep for this one.
So much damage! VP is really doing
That last match at PGS 3 was just a bunch of emotions combined, and I feel like everyone just felt it at that moment that we're gonna do good that game, and that's the VP that's gonna be seen at PGS 4.
지난 3년간 세계대회에서 이제 한 번도 파이널을 떨어져 본 적이 없는데 그래서 그 감정을 못 느끼고 있었어요. 근데 이번에 한번 느껴보니까 더 이상 느끼고 싶지도 않고 되게 짜증나고 좀 그랬던 것 같아요.
PGS 4 for Falcons is going to be much different than PGS 3, and we're going to be a real threat this time.
Vocês não viram nada que a Legacy é capaz de fazer. Na PGS 4 a gente vai amassar.
You saw the 3-headed dog stand on top at PGS 3. Now it's time for the polar bear to rise.
well. Started creeping over in this direction. Sonics, they had to stop down to try to get the revive.
아무래도 첫 세계대회이기도 하고 이 대회 오기 전에는 조금 더 모든 팀들의 수준이 이제 저희의 실수들만 없으면은 조금 더 높은 성적을 낼 수 있다고 생각합니다.
我觉得 PGS 3结束后我们做的一些调整吧，可能就是一些配合交流上面。我觉得我们以现在的实力，对 PGS 4的冲劲是很大的，然后我们也很有信心拿到那个冠军。
I have already built mechanically the strongest PUBG team in the world, and now we just have to win the mental battle against ourselves. In PGS 3, all of us were thinking too much of winning, and that's why we lost it. In PGS 4, instead of thinking of winning, we're gonna focus on how to win it.
We just like to stay humble. We had a pretty decent performance in PGS 3, but we know that we could do much better, and we could definitely end first next time.
As they are just pressuring once again. 1 knock, 2 knocks, Petrichor Road.
看到 CES 夺冠的时候，我第一反应就是很不爽嘛。但是回顾全程的话，就感觉 CES 打得特别的完美，他们的整体状态也远胜于我们，所以说感觉他们很值得这次 PGS 3的冠军嘛。在 PGS 4的话，我们会更尽全力的把这个冠军留在上海。
Trước khi bước vào giải PGS 3 thì tâm lý bọn mình rất là thoải mái vì bọn mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức định được top nào thì được hai top đấy, nhưng mà không ngờ thì lại vô địch. Nên là qua PGS 4 thì có lẽ trọng trách sẽ nặng hơn vì bọn mình phải bảo vệ ngôi vương. Nếu như các bạn muốn chiến thắng tại PGS 4 thì việc đầu tiên các bạn làm là đánh bại chúng tôi.
Immediate trades coming through, and New Happy is just sitting back smiling at all of this as Ming Ming gets the heel off. He's gonna peek across the side. Hive ass! A pull off a miracle 20 kill win!
Your money, just give me respect. Told you before that you know I'm a threat. I ain't letting up, I got my foot on their neck. Yeah, in other words, you know that we about to kill it. I ain't for the talking, I said it, you know I did it. I'm putting on the show, the world is about to feel it. I know they're getting scared when I tell them that. We outside. Yeah, we outside. Yeah, we out. Looking at the view from the top. Get into the bed, don't stop. Get into the bed, don't stop. We outside.
Welcome back on in for day number 3 of PGS 4, and today is a big day indeed, Saga, because today is the day that we finally say goodbye to all those teams that we've started to write off. They aren't necessarily knocked out just yet, but they might be at the end of today.
Yeah, both you yourself and Toffees have come prepared, dressed in the funeral attire, all in black for those who unfortunately have reached the end of their run, but there are several who are sitting there with fingers, toes crossed, sweating in their hotel rooms, and not just because of the heat. It's actually been quite a mellow day, but their fate is out of their hands. It depends on what these teams can do today, and there's a lot of capable teams out there.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, we should kind of touch on a couple of those teams I think that we're going to be keeping an eye on going into this first game. Right. For me, obviously, you know, I feel like kind of beating the drum about all the matches or all the games that we saw yesterday and the teams that played all of their matches so far. So I want to focus on the teams that are playing today that need to get a bit of work done. And from my perspective, I think those teams that are not at the 30-point mark after having played already their 6 matches are the ones that I'm kind of focusing on at this point in time. So that will be 25 points down, Freaks, Falcons, Bleed, Armory, Daytrade, and 17. All of those teams need actually quite a considerably better day today than what they were able to bring on their first day, whether it was yesterday or the day prior, if they want to make it through to the final lobby. And obviously when we're looking at, you know, some of those teams that have now played both of their matches, Again, the biggest example at this point in time is probably Sonics. They're going to be watching along today and really hoping that those teams in particular, the ones that I've just listed, are going to have massive failures of a day and that they might somehow still be able to sneak through with, at least in the case of Sonics, 49 points, D plus 51, GNL 54. Those are kind of the three that are maybe in the danger zone.
I really don't have high hopes for the likes of Sonics. Maybe D plus Kia 51 is pretty low considering the average cutoff points we've had across the PGS events, but 54 for GNL, that feels like a solid margin, but all those teams below them, they've shown good levels of performance. They know they can do it. They've just got to get out there onto the battlefield and get it done.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. I mean, it's something that I guess we'll be following over the course of the day, but it will really ramp up into Game 5 and 6 when we do get onto Miramar and we get a better understanding as to how things are playing out. But it's time to go toward the greener pastures of Erangel, and we'll start things there today. We swap it back over, jump into game number 1.
And those of you at home who might be watching thinking, well, Weibo's over and done with, that surely we can't have any hot drops, surely there'll be no early game shenanigans. Guess again, boyo, because Howl has laid their claim back to their regional home territory of Shelter, which, funnily enough, is exactly where Armory Gaming and Weibo were scrapping on day number 1. So there is a very good possibility they're going to be doing it all over again.
Indeed. All right, let's see how that plane path is going to look. It's very south, very, very south plane path. So that Sosnovka Island might get busy. You know, the teams that will have to stretch further north on their traditional drop locations might think, well, we might have a crackdown on Sosnovka Island based on this plane path.
Yeah, VP, big notable name for it. Looking up towards Yasnaya as their primary loot spot, which, to be fair, they've had to contest up against a couple of teams and maybe give that up and maybe think about their longevity in the tournament after their failure to reach the grand finals at PGS 3. This time, playing it safe, making their way down to south side Military Island. Keeping a close look, though, once again, Howl and Armory Gaming on top of each other, heading straight for familiar territory, where Armory Gaming got buried twice in 3 minutes in day number 1.
Well, we'll see how that one plays out. I mean, it looks like they're going to give it another crack. They're going to run it back as far as the rest of the drops are concerned. Maybe nothing too fancy of note necessarily, but it's exactly what you're talking about. The observers pointing it out for us, and this is the spot to watch. Everyone's on the ground right now. Code Marco with the shotgun in hand. He's going to find the first one onto James, and it is already a fantastic start for Howl. AG on the receiving end of a couple of rather unfortunate drops, and well, Ruiz on the run. Run, buddy, run.
Get the legs moving, Riz. Get him out of there. Matt's coming with fists of fury, hunting him down. And Ruin with a shotgun from that range gets the gaming down to 1 player remaining, which, let's be fair enough. I mean, that's better than they did on Erangel in yesterday's matches, but once again, giving up that single red house just seems to be the deciding factor. Always seems to have a shotgun, and it's enough to once again put Armory Gaming right in the bin.
Yeah, well, they say you live and you learn, Saga, but in some cases, maybe you live and you don't learn. But that'll be something that we continue to follow as we head into the next game of Erangel. For the rest of this, probably not really too much to focus on for poor old Armory Gaming. Haisaki, though.
I mean, he's coming over looking for a chance to third party, but there's really not much left to actually shoot at. But he has spotted Ruin making his way over towards the shack. The hard spawn did get stolen away from, so vehicles is a big concern for Howl. And Haisaki's getting the information that they're yet to make their move. And with the zone that we do have going down to Sosnovka Island, as was pretty heavily hinted at by the flight path being so far towards the south, you know, those lucky teams that have already made their way over to the island are going to be having a good time, but there's the confirmation for Haisaki. There is still presence in this compound. He might just call the boys over to try and pick up what they can.
I mean, this is the luxury that you afford yourself as Cerberus at this point in time. You know, you can kind of do what you want. You don't necessarily need to hunt these points. You don't necessarily need to play too safe. So, you know, just kind of go with the flow and see what ends up happening. But for Howl, who are still kind of in the hunt themselves for, let's just say, about that 55 to 60 point mark, those 3 kills early on in this game have already elevated them up to 48, and they'll be feeling really good about that. Very happy.
Yeah, Sonics isn't loving that. Howl is one of the teams who came in below them, and they were just begging and pleading that they would lose these hot drops just about every game. Faoris, though, this is home territory for him. We've seen him in the gliders several times across this event and in PGS3 as well, to the detriment of many teams. And also it's something that maybe plays a little bit back into their roots back in Europe. A Doozy and Ascend, two very edge-heavy teams that Na'Vi's style has definitely been influenced by, who make use of that glider as well. So it's good to see that making its way to the global stage and being so effective.
Yeah. New Happy going to be making their way over the bridge a little earlier than most. Don't think anyone is going to be super surprised to see a Sosnovka Island circle based on that plane path, so everyone's pretty well accustomed to it at this stage. But New Happy is definitely going to be a team to watch today. They popped a 60-point day yesterday. Huge day. Ming especially. I know copying a lot of fantasy points for a lot of people. Cammy being one of them.
Yeah, chucking him on as a captain turned out to be one of the best decisions Cammy's made all week, realistically.
Yeah,
and I'm sure anyone else who pressed that little button onto Ming in fantasy would be thinking exactly the same. No surprise to see him so popular as a pick this time around. But New Happy, they had the opportunity to make a move over the bridge early on, as did FaZe coming in from Milta. Might have actually expected a little bit of an attempt at a camp towards Na'Vi. There's always some back and forth between those two teams in Europe, but no, they dodged around it. They took the boat and the glider, and FaZe, they might just be happy to camp whoever comes next.
Yeah, New Happy have made it okay, and they're actually kind of committing quite far south on Sosnovka Island, expecting the pull to go in that direction, but not really too much to pay attention to here, to be honest. There's nothing happening in this compound. They're just going to clear it out. So we'll move over to Twisted Minds and see how they go. Sort of floating around quite close to Hisaki, who's kind of on his own as far as Cerberus is concerned. Still the last remaining member on the northern side.
Yeah, he was still looking to see if there was any opportunities that Howl would present for themselves, while the rest of the squad got a boat and made their way over to Military Island, got that foothold, and he's just kind of have to get his own way over. I'm sure they would have left him another boat, and that's also, you know, a good way to deny other teams a chance to cross behind them. Can't deny an emergency parachute though, but oh boy, Twisted Minds might just get it done for them.
Headshot as well. Twisted Minds surely get both, and they do. Lou was knocked in the meanwhile, but it was really wishful thinking for Hal after how quick and clean that initial knock was onto Code Marco. Twisted Minds were always going to win that one. They had a massive advantage from the outset.
I'm not sure that Hisaki actually showed any presence that might have forced Twisted Minds further east, so I think this was just really unfortunate luck and terrible timing for Howl as they were making their way forwards. Again, remember that their vehicle was stolen at the start of the game. That delayed them from starting to make their move, and Twisted Minds just come flying down the hillside, take 2 points. There is a knock in return, but there will be no secure on that point for Howl.
Yeah. VLTH is kind of one of those teams that's neither here nor there at the moment. 36 points. Puts you in a pretty decent position to work from.
For sure.
But you still do need to have a reasonably decent day today. Can't go missing.
No.
KDF and Falcons both having the same idea as to how they want to get onto Sosnovka Island.
It's a pretty good idea. I mean, Bleed Esports took an emergency parachute just a little bit ahead of them, like about 45 seconds ago. They made their landing touching down underneath the watchful eye of E-Arena up on top of the observatory, but that certainly means that especially the eastern side of the island is getting super stacked in terms of landing positions. They're going to have to commit into Military Island. Maybe Relo can get himself the hardspawn vehicle if it's still there, but there was a team looting in Military Island. So this might just end up being a final destination for Falcons. If this shifts away, they're not going to be able to get out. So they're hoping and praying for that 9 zone to end directly onto the military base.
There's a fairly good chance that it will. Gen.G have set themselves up pretty comfortably. KDF as well.
Yeah, similar story for them, really.
And early enough in the game that when they do come flying on in, there's no one really there to punish them. Couple of shots out from 17, but none connecting. And so far, the only teams that haven't made it over onto the island are VLTH, Twisted Minds, and Howl, or what remains of Howl.
I don't think those last two are a coincidence. I think Twisted Minds knows that there's a weakened team behind them, and knows that, hey, no one's camping the bridge. Why don't we? I mean, they've checked the coastline. Cerberus took all the boats. There's very few options for Howl to get over there, and Twisted Minds, they want to secure those points. They want to come in and dominate. That's been their MO from day number one. They don't just want to win the events, they want to win by 50, 60 points. They want to be clearly the best, and there's an opportunity for them to try and exert that dominance. They're not going to let it go amiss.
Yeah. Well, VLTH, for their own right, have done a pretty good job of scouting this eastern bridge. They sent Kiss over. Nothing really happening. No one looking for a bridge camp. We did see a couple of bridge camp shenanigans yesterday and kind of blew up in the face of, was it VP, I think, that was doing it, and Pero, the team that put them in the ground.
Yep.
So maybe some teams have learned from that. Either way, everyone a little bit more focused on getting their own position locked down rather than trying to deal with their opponents at this point in time. Cerberus back in the server today. We might be treated to something special again from them.
It's kind of interesting that Haisaki is poking and prodding his way around so close to Jeems. It's been the problem for Jeems that he plays this role for his squad, and this time he falls victim to it. Haisaki catches him on the move as he hops on out of the vehicle, but with the pressure from E-Arena on the observatory as well, he has to fall off the angle, but FaZe just a couple of inches too far spread. Lerix, though, will steal away the kill from up high, and Haisaki, while he does manage to buy some space for Cerberus, will not be rewarded with the point.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think about it, though, from the perspective of Cerberus. Look at how clean those shots were. They are just doing it better than everybody else at the moment. Zone pull, nothing really to comment on with that one, to be quite honest. Very straightforward, very expected, straight smack bang in the middle, more or less. VLTH, yeah, I mean, have to make a bit of a rotation, but there's quite a lot of zone to play around those hills to the northern side of the military base as well, as an option.
Sure. I mean, the space towards the south of the military zone it's very wide open.
Yeah.
There is a ridge that Valitai could look to try and make the rotation into, but playing on the relatively uncontested hilltops is not a terrible idea. But no, I do like the highlight of the military base itself. It is very likely to become
it's a mess.
Very segregated within that region itself. I mean, KDF have claimed the C block.
Hang on.
Gustav gets bodied as he tries to make a rotation. Barpo with the bolt action headshot, and Ada's running over for a flush with a K9 in hand as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about this one, but he's going to pull out the nade, so we'll just hold that thought for a moment. Is it going to be on point? I don't know. That's a difficult nade to hit. Doesn't quite connect for any damage. Oh, he's running straight into it. He's run straight into the grenade. He didn't have to move.
That's a great read from Ada, though. They threw the smoke to try and bait the utility, and they've just tossed it off to the side. Corexi walks in face first as well, and this time Cerberus will steal the point that was taken from them earlier on.
I think Cerberus are going to be looking for more than just the 1 point, though. It has to be said. FaZe are in a shambles of a position now. Gen.G have kind of moved in. Not sure they're going to stick around for too long, though, after having seen what just happened to FaZe.
But this is the big problem that FaZe have been having, just losing Jeems early on, but this time it's not through fault of his own. It was Haisaki doing what Jeems is trying to do to teams that's left them in this shambolic position, and Fex is getting tagged down from third parties. It's Orca in from distance. The first team to make an emergency parachute will secure the first team eliminated.
Well, good point on the board for Bleed, it has to be said. Again, they're one of the teams that we're highlighting. Look at KDF down, 19th place onwards. They've all only played the 6 games. This is now their 7th game, which means that they're in the race, even if they don't have a huge amount of points. And Bleed, could they have a day like maybe what Legacy had yesterday, right? Legacy was a bit of an outside shot, even going into that last game.
Right.
They were able to win it, though. They had a pretty good final game. But if you run into a player like Himas, maybe you'll be running into a few more problems. So
you need to be more worried about Himas running into you, especially if you feel safe in a compound. He's always that little creepy demon making his way up close and personal because he's got so much confidence and he has every right to make this play.
Himas still keen to stick around after popping a couple of meds. Gen.G wisely, though, have moved back off of the hill that they took off of FaZe. They left, I think it was Ada. Maybe it wasn't Ada. It doesn't really matter. They left one of the players down in the compound to make sure they could rotate back in pretty quickly. But all that has done is kind of funnel them into the sightlines of Cerberus, and it's probably the last team that you want to be fighting at this point in time. Although they seem to be doing pretty well for themselves. Himas again is going to be forced to heal back up, so that'll cost a little more time for Cerberus.
Yeah, they're holding the line relatively effectively, and a big part of it's down to that utility. They showed good usage of it in their contributions to wiping out FaZe, and the grenades are enough to quell the Cerberus push for now. A little bit of third-party action from C Block with KDF as well as we wait for this zone pop, but doesn't really matter for Gen.G and Cerberus. They're committed into this fight. Thankfully, they are within the zone, but it's all under the watchful eyes of E-Arena up on top of that high ground position, and they have so much information and so much opportunity on a zone like this.
Nate doesn't quite manage to get inside. fight is really brewing, isn't it? Cerberus definitely want to take this compound. They want to take it away from Gen G. And you do back them. Look at that from Himas. It's just so clean. And it gets deleted. No trade as of yet, but Isaki will drop. So back to the 3-on-3, and Himas is looking for his impact once again. He just doesn't lose fights. Back to 20 HP. Another first aid kit to be popped. Tosi going to try and make something happen, excuse me, but he gets traded straight away. The setup is too good from Cerberus. Isaki bleeding out. They've got to find this final player, and they've got to do it quick.
We're yet to see a knock in this kill feed that doesn't have a headshot symbol next to it. These guys are absolute insane aimers in this game, and all the utility has been expended in the earlier parts of this engagement. Tycon just trying to find an angle along the hallway, and he will do so. Rex caught off guard. Barpo just managing to get out of the way, but he's down to single-digit HP, and Tycon will take him out as well.
Well, it wasn't quite 100% clean from Cerberus, but it was still a pretty damn good job. Those are always fights that are fraught with danger, right? When you're potentially making one wrong move around one corner, and that's your game over. Cerberus get away with 4 points and only lose the one player for it. I think you can take that, especially given their position right now. I mean, you know, like,
it's not like they need those kills, but they're just doing it for themselves to build that confidence.
Good practice, man.
The fact that they're able to take that fight with extremely limited third-party opportunities. KDF put a couple of tags into Himas. Doesn't matter. He still sits down 2 with quick peeks through their window on headshots, but then clearing out phase first meant that they had the space to make that play. Mime now, unfortunately, trying to regroup with the squad, gets caught out by a bolt action shot from far as well by Daytrade up on the ridges. They're desperately trying to get the flush, and they will do so. Howl desperately trying to get across the bridge, and thankfully no one is there to camp, but Twisted Minds not too far away on the edge of the safe zone.
I mean, respect for Hal to have actually been able to make it in alive. The vehicle. Don't want to lose the car, especially when you're out in the blue like that. Quizzy has been able to get the finish on to December 12th, and that's not good. Because I've got him on my fantasy team.
I hate to hear it. Absolutely terrible. This was the dip that the observers were suggesting that maybe Welly might look to try and make a play towards, should the zone go towards it. And they're really demonstrating the fact that, yeah, there is practically nothing to play down south. Virtus Pro coming up from the ferry pier, just putting pressure into New Happy as Welly opt out of that entirely. They make their way across the southern tip of the military base into the bunkers, and they're rewarded with a zone heavily in their favor. Falcons have found a vehicle. It has come at the expense of Mime, but that emergency parachute for themselves and Bleed as well, paying off massively on our faithful shift.
Yeah, a few specific points of contact happening around the map right now. Virtus Pro definitely getting the better of New Happy.
Why is that a hollow sight? This man, give this man a scope, please. But
sometimes you got to do what you got to do, you know.
You got the kill anyway.
When life gives you lemons, Saga, what do?
You shoot New Happy with a hollow sight.
You take it. Make do with what you got. A bad tradesman blames his tools. Either way, it's a good spray. New Happy eliminated. And for a team that did so well yesterday, that is an early exit that they might not have been anticipating. Still sitting on that number 60.
We look back to the grand finals of PGS 3. New Happy's day one was absolutely ridiculous. Picked up 62% of their points across the entire grand finals on day one, but they did fall off quite hard. Hoping that's not an early indicator of replication, but Orcarin, oh, he was ready to defend, but no. Suju got taken down outside, and Orcarin switching over, getting ready for the close range engagement, just exposes a slight hint of an angle to Flood, and he gets sat down far out of the range of res. Oh, nice grenade.
Nice nade from Flood. I mean, is it the day today for Falcons? They've been really struggling in PGS 3 and 4. Here again, an opportunity for them, but it would have to be a big day. It would have to have probably a 40 points plus day.
But Tulins, what kind of angle does he have through the smoke that he can hit Tigger so accurately? But he's back in his element, up on top of the rock, holding the line, feeding the info. He didn't spot out KDF behind, and Na'Vi now catching out Howl. Oh,
yeah. They ran all that way for nothing, Saga.
Unfortunate, really.
So said to finish them off, and you're talking about Batulans. He's actually getting some kills there. You can see in the kill feed actually chiming in. Twisted Minds, to be fair, to their own right, are having a little bit of trouble losing players here and there. But Badulans is waiting patiently for this shot onto Tiga.
It's a level of commitment from Batulins that, you know, he's going to stay here regardless. A quick replay of the quick peeks between Genji and Hymas again. Just whenever he's holding an angle like that up close, his reaction speed is just so insane. He just does not miss. And Tycon cleaning up the rest.
Yeah. Well, example, being able to finish off Bean. He's going to get some shots in onto Tycon as well, but Tiga, who was being watched by Batulans, is going to at least find that quick trade. But Batulans back to his usual tricks on the bike. Not sure how easy this is going to be for him to work the rest of the game solo, though he does find himself in that position quite a bit.
Cerberus, once again, look at how much space they have. That hilltop means the entire north is under their control. Thank the observers for highlighting that. But that's purely because they've killed everyone else who was there to contend. KDF maybe was holding in some spot of that position, but a combination of E-Arena, Batulins, an example, took them down as well. So much space to work.
Got to remember, though, they only have 3 players alive. Same for Falcons. So those 2 teams that you'd look at and go, okay, well, the circle's been good to those teams.
Oh, he spotted another one.
Still are a little bit wounded, so there might be an angle for someone else to sneak something in somewhere. Either way, yeah, E-Arena on the receiving end of a couple of the Cerberus shots, and don't know what it is about this team, but it just seems as though they cannot go a game without getting a significant amount of kills in it at the very least, right? This doesn't even have to be a win for Cerberus. They've already got 6 kills. They're already keeping that scoreboard ticking over. They're just having such an amazing purple patch at the moment.
Just the team play on that squad is just unbelievable. The way that they just never give an opportunity to really lose too much on a fight. The fact that they come out of every fight they've had so far, still with 3 standing, is just so impressive. They do it every single time. Looking for the long-range shots, but Hakatori up close. That's the problem for the Falcons.
Yeah, so it's just such a shame, you know, because they were in a decent position in terms of where the zone had shifted, and then, unfortunately, getting the timing wrong. Hakatori is going to be able to pick up a double kill. Rello and Flood both down, so 1 remaining member for the Falcons. But it doesn't get easier now for Na'Vi, with Ferris being finished off as well. It's just a mess, really, this zone. No one seems to be able to keep all their players alive. The only team with 4 remaining up currently is Virtus Pro and maybe Daytrade.
Yeah, they've really had not much to do down towards the south. They made a wrap in towards the wide open western side of this zone that remains. Shanks desperately trying to make his way in towards the zone. He managed to find 1 point, which is more than Armory Gaming had on their first day of Erangel altogether, catching Feyrist off guard. But now a 1 versus 1 against Batulins. No option for third parties, expending all the utility he has, and that should be enough to take him down. But it's the blue zone that gets the credit. Nothing in the hands of Batulins.
Yeah, Tycon.
They both go down to the zone.
Looking for some more, isn't he? He's always keen, always hungry. So said will be found out by Daytrade as well. Daytrade not putting together too bad of a game thus far, although Belmoth has been located and he'll be finished off as well. So I might have spoken too soon. Perhaps a bit of a caster curse. 3 points on the board for Daytrade, or rather 3 kills, plus at least 1 placement point for them now out of that game. Might not be enough to settle any of the nerves coming into this final day of the group stage of PGS 4, but it is at least something.
Yeah. Getting a solid demonstration of the pros and cons of emergency parachutes right now, demonstrated by Bleed Esports. They got the position that they otherwise would not have had, but once the zone shifts away, they've been playing these bowls. They've got really nothing in terms of any game plan to get across from here. They've got no vehicles, running low on smokes, and Cerberus have so much space to work with to flex out and just take shots for free.
They do.
And it makes it so difficult.
But so does VP. You have a bit of a look at the minimap there for a second, and you can see they've got players out to the west, they've got players in center, so they've got that 2-2 split, and they are basically controlling that entire side of the zone. So the north is being held by Cerberus, yes, but the west is being held by VP.
Yeah. And that's what they did for their win on game number 1 of day number 1 as well. Held down that position for as long as they could and then waited for the opportunities to present themselves. Not getting over-aggressive and risking anything like exposing themselves to Pooch Hills just for a second. Happy tries to find some sort of opening for Bleed, and he's immediately going to have to regret it.
Na'Vi quietly plugging away as well. Puchils has been spotted out by Megvalos. That is bad news for Daytrade. They really would have liked to have gotten probably another couple of points out of this game just to keep it ticking over, but it's wishful thinking now. Flash kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. all he can really do is put his head down and hope for the best. Cerberus, alongside Na'Vi and Bleed themselves, are doing enough damage to Bleed that that'll be the end of that squad.
Big tag from Lukarugs. Wellytai running out of time, running out of space in the zone. They had to make a move. They pushed directly across to the bunker, and thankfully it's not one that's occupied by a team with more presence than just the solo of Lerix remaining. Otherwise, that might have been a much more costly rotation, but a good tag from Lukarugs to at least punish them somewhat. Now Flash, the last remaining solo of Day Trade, has a rock for cover, but Latte's still got an angle and takes him out.
Yeah, Valley Thai Esports trying to push their way in. As of yet, actually haven't really been spotted on this cross so far. Tree coverage is keeping them safe from Cerberus. But Na'Vi quite close by, and Hakatori definitely keeping an eye on things. Lerix is also just lurking around. But VP, it has to be said, really are going to be the dominant power later in this game. Similar to the game that they played yesterday, where they just took it slow early on in the piece and then inevitably won from a fairly strong position, having not really done a huge amount earlier on in the game. Kind of getting the same vibes.
It's definitely a game plan that can pay off quite heavily, and Virtus.pro are not a team that is averse to taking risks, but right now in their current position, they just want to play the numbers game. 38 points. They only realistically need about 20 or so more. Picking up a win here would go a long way to securing their spot in the grand finals. They do not want to miss out again. They've got themselves a position in the zone. Cerberus now finally may just come under some pressure. Himas probably going to have to prone his way along that ridge for now, but Sololzi and Tycon with moves to make. But first, we have to deal with all of the solos on the eastern side of the zone.
That is probably what Cerberus are going to do. Hakatori, again, getting into the kill feed, having quite a solid game so far. Headshot was connected there by Tycon. That'll keep Na'Vi ducking back down and not quite so eager to push their way forward. But 5 kills for Hakatori.
Yep.
You're going to take that?
Absolutely will. Snakers still just lurking with that MT49 in hand. He is ready for an absolute battle. Whatever comes through that door, he's ready to spray the dang heck out of it. But maybe Na'Vi isn't even going to bother. They're up on the high ground now, but they do need to find themselves an angle through first. And they've got Lerix, Latte, and now Himas in that corner as well to try and contend with, to look for any kind of opening.
Yeah, remember as well that Cerberus have an angle on that. Tycon was kind of keeping an eye on things, and here's Himas, who indeed is watching. The spray is not quite as clean as what he would have liked it to have been, but the nade, it'll come through too little too late. Even if it does catch Himas, which it won't, it doesn't go deep enough. He's found DiffX, finished him off, and that's the end of Na'Vi.
Well, the first 3x Org spray from Himas was a little bit human. The second one certainly wasn't, but he had the assistance of Latte, and he stays alive for now. Tycon has to try and make the run down. He has a couple of smokes to work with, but there's not enough tags to come through. Snakers has made his move. Latte, one solo was stabbed in the back just as he was about to step on another. So Himas now aware of the position of Lerix as well. That's a 2-point pickup for the Falcons from Snakers. Huge and much needed.
It's about as best as you can really hope for in that position. There's just not really much of a way that he can get into the zone.
Wow, 1,000 damage already.
Yeah, he's popping off again, isn't he? This is why you got to have him in your fantasy team. #1 for kills, #1 for damage. Snakers, he's done well, I think. You know, you got to give him some credit, actually. That's a good shot onto Tycon. I don't think it's going to amount to much, though. He's stuck in the blue, can't out-heal it. And so it'll be Falcons out of the picture. Another res required.
An opportunity now. Tycon's been knocked alongside, and Himas will have to be the one to revive Sololzi so far away. If Lerix activates, that's a huge blow to Cerberus.
Yeah, Cerberus also thinking about this potential battle against VP if Lerix is finished off. Tycon might not even be resable at this point. I mean, the gap has really been closed. Virtus.pro, they're pushing their way in, and they are looking to take advantage of the shenanigans that are going on. Flash is going over the top. Lerix, whoa, going to be copying those. And Nixie will make short work of Lerix, but all that's really going to do is make the job even more difficult now for Cerberus, because they're pretty much just going to have to get this done as a duo, and what a flash.
VP doesn't have the information that Tycon was not revived on this. Lukarugs goes down to a single HP, trying to take the 1 versus 1. There's the confirmation. They know Cerberus is a 2-man now, and they've done a ton of damage. Sololzi, one more tag, dancing left and right. Quizzy can't make it connect.
Surely this is way too much pressure to come back from, though, for Cerberus. They've got both members prone down, hoping desperately to be able to get some meds off, and the nades, the util are coming through. Ibiza will catch him as. That's exactly what you'd want to be seeing, because Salalzi, maybe on his own, is still a threat, but not nearly enough. And that is going to be the first game of the day, going the way of Virtus Pro.
They really are fantastic at the start of the day, picking up the win on game number 1 twice in a row. Virtus Pro playing the game in such an effective way, not getting over-aggressive, keeping themselves nice and safe, and then when the opportunity presents itself to make a move, they absolutely pounce. And big stuff from Lyrics as well, just to deny the revive onto Tycon, because if Cerberus is a 3-man, you would probably back them in any of those circumstances.
Just getting some footage there of Falcons. Interested to see how they're feeling after that game. Maybe a decent enough start. We'll have to kind of follow how things go over the next 5 games or so, but time is running out for Falcons and plenty more. So they've really got to get themselves rolling here as we finish off on game number 1.
It was a grisly game for VP as they send the dogs back to the pound, and they looked like the hungry pack as they hunted Cerberus down and dominated that end.
Only one bear joke. I thought we were going to get at least 2 out. I got 2 yesterday.
I know. I barely got that one in as it was. Either way, though, let's talk about how good that game. Now, so, military, what is more PUBGing than the first game of the final day when everyone decides who goes home than giving us a military circle and, well, what was a really rough plane to start off game number 1?
Boy, PUBG is going to PUBG sometimes. We get a hot drop just to kick everything off into a military
Armory,
circle.
what are you doing?
Hey, you know Shanks managed to kill somebody.
He did, and he got away. They ultimately lived longer than Howl. I think when Howl saw that hot drop, it looked like they were, I mean, they chased him with fisticuffs. Like, that was, they were excited about
AG technically won. Is that what you're trying to say?
I guess, kind of.
Yeah, maybe.
Not really. Howl got 3 points off of that. And they went deeper in the game, but Armory looks like they are going to just do Armory things for the rest of this. It'll be fascinating to watch. And then we go to the late game. We see that VP was dominant. Now, is it because Ibiza is so tall that he can see the entire field from the top of military? Who's to say? But these guys are playing out of their minds right now, and it is a night and day team for me, Matchroom, compared to what we saw in the group stages last time.
And especially navigating a circle like this. This was a very chaotic circle. We know that whenever we end up over here next to the bunkers, you have the no man's land around them. It's very hard to defend. As you saw, Falcons went down there quite early, got control of a very good spot that was in the late game, but just a ton of people all around drawing a ton of attention. And when we look at teams like, whenever we look at Cerberus, Nimas, the navigation around Manor and how they were just playing outside, picking up a ton of kills, this is the way I'd like to start the day.
Yeah, here's the thing though. VP gets the win. Cerberus still comes in second place, and this is to be. Cerberus is also out there taking 1v whatevers. They're like in the mid game, they're just off having a good time, and they still somehow continuously make it to the top 3 or 4. And it's gotten so that was literally a 4v2. But the 2 players that were up, I'm sitting here going, well, I don't know if VP can confidently win this one. Like, these guys are wild.
I mean, the only reason that they managed to win it was, as the casters were talking about, there wasn't a chance to give anybody on Cerberus a moment to breathe. If you're going to take down Cerberus, that's how you have to do it. You just have to keep stacking damage to where they can't heal through it, and Tycon can't come up and res.
How do you kill them while they sleep? Like, that's the idea, right? You have to catch them when they are unable to react, and that is what VP did. They locked them in and did not give them a chance to breathe.
How do you kill that, which kills everything else first? I mean, you can see damage numbers alone come out from Cerberus phenomenal, but VP finding themselves a very successful round inside that one, and this is a squad that is still on the come up. They still need to get into that top 16, and this is going to do a world of good for them.
Absolutely. I mean, they said at PGS 3 they felt like they were sort of out of pace. They didn't quite understand the lobby. They hadn't made that transition from EMEA to international play. I think you could argue right now without any issue that they have started to figure out that lobby. They're playing their game. They're doing a great job with it. And I do think that this chicken dinner, man of the match going to Ibiza, he's calling for that right now. I think this puts them in a position where they should pretty comfortably push forward into the grand final.
I mean, if you need somebody that's going to adjust and has a history of understanding how to navigate different situations, Ibiza is going to be one of those players. I mean, historic player, been around for so long. You can see it's also one of those games, though, where you're going to walk away with a victory. You are going to get the 7 kills, 17 points, Cerberus right back behind them in 16. But it's not going to like feel as good as you wanted it to. That's like one of those situations where if you're VP, you probably wanted to try and net more kills, but it was just so chaotic at the end game. Well, I mean, they're still trying to get in the top 16. They want every single kill.
Yeah, I mean, you want all the kills, but walking away with 17 is going to be great.
Still good. Still feels good.
And same thing when you go with Cerberus walks out with 16, so the Sponge is playing well, and then Navi also going to put up some very good numbers. Look at the overall leaderboard. It is going to be obviously TSM. The teams that have played 12 are sitting up there at the top. Cerberus has qualified with 7 games, which is freaking hilarious. You got New Happy also looking very, very good, but VP off the back of that game is going to climb into the top 10.
Yeah, and now that we've also looked over, we can see that E-Arena, I believe, also feeling pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's just going to be about this side of it, right? How many points can you get on this side of it if you still own that 7 matches, which, except for Weibo, is pretty much everybody.
You know, it really fits, right? That end game was a dog, a bear, and a rabbit. And that's really what you see, though. The VP, overwhelming force, using strength on the push, right? Then you've got the Cerberus fights like a pack of dogs, always looking for a hunt. E-Arena is great at finding movement, dodging other teams, and winning fights by surprise. I just love the fact they're sort of living up to those mascots, but those teams all playing very, very well. For me, 17, though. 17 points, worse than Armory Gaming. 17 is... I'm struggling with this one.
Yeah, there's a lot of dynamics going on with the squad. I usually don't like to dive into that, but, you know, with all the roster swaps, everything that's been going on, there's a couple of health issues here and there. They're having some outside problems that are coming, and it feels like they are definitely affecting, because, like, even that, whenever we saw them inside there going out so early, essentially caught in a position where they probably had an idea somebody was at.
I get where you're coming from, but I also am saying this is the highest level of play, and at the end of the day, excuses are excuses.
Hey, I specifically put Lil Ghost on my fantasy squad yesterday because I had really big expectations. Whenever they switched him back in after PGS 3, it was a night and day difference point total-wise, but it just didn't seem like it carried over into this yet.
And whatever is going on, I hope that they figure it out, because this is not what you expect from a team like 17, a brand like 17.
I love that squad.
Of 17. Falcons up at the top. Pulled points out of that game, all right? They came in today in a position that was absolutely felt untenable. They need to have some good games. And to start off, even Snaker sort of getting that end game, picking up a couple of points there. You could argue he is the reason that Cerberus had to go limping into that last fight. I think that's going to be a boost to their energy right now.
Anything off the get-go where you can pick up some points and start feeling like you can start the roll going is so vital. You hear it with the players all the time. It's like we talk about momentum for having the big win, but just being able to put something up on that first game that you can walk away with.
Well, it's time for us to put something up on the second game. Let's head back to Arango for the second match with your casters, the Elvish Guy and Saga.
Yeah, never have I been more hyped up for a game than that. That was a great little toss over there from Toffees, enjoying that one. How you feeling, Saga? Let's go.
I'm feeling like I'm sick of these gosh darn military islands.
True, true.
Gosh darn PGS. But hey, I mean, a flight path like this coming in from the southeast, there's a possibility that we might get to run it back, but I think a lot of the teams are going to be committing elsewhere on the map and hoping that we don't have to see that godforsaken land.
Well, we do have our first team, by the way, that has been eliminated, definitely, without a doubt. That is Weibo Gaming, as they've now dropped down into 17th, and they will not be playing any games today. So,
but their spirit lives on, just slightly to the west of Shelter, where once again, Howl and Armory Gaming
it's party time.
Are preparing to lose to whoever gets the red single-story building.
Well, right now, we're watching Navi on their drop in toward Milta. Milta Power. But yes, indeed, we'll turn back in that direction. It seems like maybe Armory Gaming don't want to take the fight.
Adaptation Gaming, it seems, because after getting dogged down 3 times in the span of 5 minutes across 3 different games, they've decided it may not be worth it. Longska's had enough.
Tycon.
On Cerberus taking the absolute mick in this lobby. He's taken it into his own hands.
You're kidding me.
Tycon with a barrel in his.
That's an unbelievable shot. Iron sights, Tycon under pressure, gets it done, and Sololzy will survive. Somehow.
He's letting him know. You hear him in the background. That man is screaming. He says, no chance, New Happy. You're not taking down my teammate today.
Get your hands off my boy.
Unbelievable. I don't understand how this team can so continually get into these awkward situations, terrible positions, 1vx's, and yet always they come out as strong. Maybe at most, Hisaki will sacrifice himself, but he's happy to do so because he knows that just enabling the absolute gamers he has on his team is a recipe for success.
Get yourself a bro who is ride or die like that with you. That's what you need.
And get yourself over to PUBGesports.com to watch their POV. That's right, Cerberus is one of the POV teams along with 5 others today.
And I think actually those POVs are, you know, a minute or two behind what you see on this stream. So you just watch that cool moment. If you want to go and watch it from the POV, you can go and do that.
I would recommend reducing the volume after Tycon gets the knock if you would like to not have tinnitus by the time you're 32.
Yeah. But that's a good thing to remember as well for anyone that is watching, you know, just for future reference. If one of those teams that is having their POV being streamed happens to be in a particularly interesting moment, you don't actually have to, you know, go over there and rewind and do whatever.
Oh, here we go again.
You can just jump over and in a couple of minutes you'll see it. Great shots.
Iron sight barrel as well. Just crazy. Absolutely wild. Armory Gaming, though, they survived to see the 3-minute mark, maybe for the first time for Dynasty, Riz, and Jame. They've actually seen that number on Erangel so far, but they've still got a long distance to go. Their loot's going to be a little bit rubbish because they got chased out of their spot, but for, I mean, a team like Falcons, they're more than happy. They're right directly into South George. The zone has centered up on top of them completely. A huge opportunity to get some points on the board.
Yeah, indeed. Well, there's a reason as well, by the way, that these players are the ones standing on stage. And, I mean, in the case of Cerberus, perhaps argument to be made for the best team in the world right now?
It'd be kind of dumb to argue against it currently.
Tell you what, though, we'll touch on KDF as we have an interview ready with Heaven.
각자의 자리에서 다음 진행 방향을 팀원들이 알 수 있게 전달을 해줘야 되는데 그게 좀 덜 됐던 것 같아서 안 됐던 것 같습니다. 그래서 저희끼리 점수 최대한 먹어보자고 얘기했던 것 같아요. 지금보다는 더 과감하게 해야 될 것 같고 무리하지 않는 선에서 최대한 점수 먹어볼 생각입니다. 세계대에 진출하는 팀들이 원래 계속 진출하던 팀들이고 전체적으로 상향 평준화가 돼가지고 그래도 좀 치열한 전투가 많은 것 같습니다.
See that? Panzerfaust in hand. Ooh, could be dangerous here. KDF in the sightlines on the interview and in the server as well.
Here comes Heaven, the man himself, who provided the insight, but he can't provide the support in time. Xiaowu DD takes down Gumin, and the rest of KDF arrive here seconds too late, but they might just get a chance to prevent that flush.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but we are starting to see it go back and forth. 3-on-3, it's definitely workable. Suju on the outskirts is now starting to cop a bit of damage, so a bit harder for him to provide Overwatch. Nade on in from Salutes. It's not quite going to land on its target.
Got more. He's got 3 more in hand. He just has to make sure he's aiming perfectly into the window, because if he misses the window, he's doing damage to his own teammate. Human takes 36 from the grenade that didn't make it, and Lil Ghost gets the angle through. Heaven gets taken down as well. Kwangdong Freaks might just get punished for being a little too over-aggressive with the split they were holding.
Yeah, down to just a couple. Bean and Salute are fighting for their lives. Show out of the smoke, and it just doesn't work at all. There's just no world. He's got a bit overzealous there. I gotta question it, but...
Oh, and the third party is coming in from Twisted Minds. They played this position so perfectly in yesterday's matches, to the detriment of Sonics as well. And now they're looking to clean up here once again.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I don't really like seeing 17 take this fight. They are still stuck on 17 points. They do just go up to 18, but 17 is what they came into today with, which means they got no points out of the last game. And they're gonna potentially get very few out of this game as well, the way things are going. If this fight, you know, goes wrong against KDF, that's one thing, but obviously, as you've mentioned, Twisted Minds are looking in for the third party as well, and that'll definitely cause problems for 17, who just absolutely cannot afford to be having bad games at this point in time. And Xiaowu now down. Salute is the last man standing for KDF, but he is still causing a headache for 17.
Yeah, Yeah, they really don't look particularly happy, just catching a glimpse of Salute on the player cams as he loses his final teammate, gets caught in the middle of two teams, grenades flying towards him. A big chunk of damage on the Toolins to hold the angle. Does not matter, Example has wrapped his way to the eastern tip of Everest, gets an angle inside the building, and KDF taken out first.
Yeah, 17 down to just a couple of members, so can't say I'm feeling particularly excited about their prospects here. Bit of spam from Batulans. Twisted Minds have also got Example out on the outskirts just to watch and see if 17 try to escape out the back door.
Needs to be cautious, making sure that Lil Ghost doesn't get an opportunity to hop up on the roof, but with Latte on top of Everest and Example in a similar position as well, it looks like that angle won't be possible. The double blue zone grenade gets some good damage, but Lou gets caught with a grenade in hand.
And will be flushed as well. Perfectix can't quite get there in time to find the trade or even let alone the cover. So a little bit of a mishap for Twisted Minds, who aren't going to get through this one as cleanly as they would like. Well aware of where those two remaining 17 players are, just in terms of which building that they're in, but it's really hard to dig them out.
That underground angle from Suju is disgusting. With his little helmet sticking up. What is that angle from Example? A millimeter of a gap between the door frame and the wall. Lil Ghost forced back into heal, and Batulins might just try and line up a shot as he comes around the side with a grenade.
Oh, they're going to bait him out with the grenade, and Batulins was there, ready and waiting. Good comms, good setup from Twisted Minds, and now they can push their way in for the finishing blow, knowing that there's only one player left alive. Batulins watch the back exit. Yeah, Perfectix has gone down. He might have jumped the gun a little bit there. Now some shots actually coming in the direction of Batulins as well from Latte, so Twisted Minds have taken a bit too long about this.
He stalled. He tried to hold off the push until Batulins was in a position to get the trade, but went down just a little bit too early. And now, Wally Tai, who took a very strong early position on top of Everest from their loot spot in Gatka, making their presence known, putting some shots in. Suju now tries to contribute a little more, but Batulins gets the better of the hip fire spray through the smoke.
Yeah.
Comes out ahead. Twisted Minds with a successful third party at the expense of Lou.
I guess you'll take it in the end.
Yeah, 5 points is worth one player in the early game.
Twisted Minds also pretty comfortable with their position on the scoreboard at the moment. 50 points total.
Yeah.
It's not quite 100% there, but it's most of the way there to being pretty much safe into the final 16, you would think. If you're a bit of a mathematician, which I am not. Actually failed math in grade 12.
I'm sorry to hear that.
But it was like the hard math. It was the hard guy math, you know?
Yeah, the kind of math where they stop using
numbers and start using letters.
Yeah, it's stupid. Worst kind of math. The best kind is caster math, and I can tell you that with one more point, Twisted Minds will be tied on points with D plus Kia, and that gives them very good prospects to get in. Every single sort of cut-off point has been somewhere between 51 to 57, and there's a lot of teams within a very slim margin of that, all the way up to E-Arena in 7th, currently on 55. We expect every single one of these teams is going to secure that many points across the course of the day. Even as far down as FaZe on 45 currently, they only need about 10 more to feel somewhat secure potentially, and that zone shift's going to help them out massively.
Yeah, VLTH on top of Everest being highlighted at the moment for us. It's a good place to be with a zone like this one. You're able to naturally get a lot of information, and you can do a bit of damage as well. A lot of pot shots, a lot of little chances to maybe pick up a free kill here or there. Steal away a knock. Cerberus on their way aerially, and are they going to contest for Everest is my question.
Oh yeah, they are, of course. Why not? They're already on top of the leaderboard. Why not be on top of the world as well? Wally Tai, well, they don't know exactly who this is, but they are going to regroup their split down towards Gatka instead. They don't want to commit to holding this as a two-man, expecting there to be pressure from multiple angles, so they might just back away, but for now they are just going to try their luck, but they've got a vehicle set up to leave at a moment's notice.
Imas, once again, all eyes on him. It'll be Salolzi that's thinking about a grenade. Definitely doesn't look like Cerberus want to shy away from this fight at all. They know that they need to control the top side of this mountain if they want to be here. You've kind of got to shove your opponents off of it. It's not the kind of position that you want to be sharing, because there's a lot of little nooks and crannies and angles that can catch you off.
Oh, Wally Tai, they set up their vehicle, but it's a buggy. They hop on to try and make a move, and almost immediately receives a headshot, but thankfully Latte will survive to make the push down. Get the regroup on with the teammates, though they have lost the opportunity to flex a little bit further south. Gatka now occupied by FaZe Clan as they pushed on towards the least congested side of zone, only really themselves and Howl occupying any space across the fields down towards Chopsticks, but Na'Vi starting to make an entrance from the very south. Daytrade coming in slightly off to the west as well, but this is just a massive line of scrimmage. Look at the mini-map right now.
It's ridiculous.
New Happy, VP, Cerberus, and Twisted Mind setting up a barricade for any of those teams to the north looking to move south.
Cerberus very much are, though, the kings of the hill. They have the best position. They are right at the top. It's obviously tough for teams to push their way up and fight into Cerberus, but for Cerberus, if they sense an opportunity, pushing your way down,
look at them,
a little bit easier.
2-2 splitting like this. They know it's full teams on either side. They've got no information on where they are, who they are, how many they are standing, but they do not care. They're just going to control the entire mountain for themselves. Oh man, that is so much confidence on that squad.
It's a confidence game sometimes, isn't it?
Massively.
And there's a few teams that are kind of down bad as far as the confidence is concerned.
That's one way of putting it, for sure. For sure.
Not to name any names. It's been a little bit of a slower phase too, though, hasn't it? You know, not a whole lot happening here. Everyone's sort of set up. I thought maybe VLTH would run into some problems with Cerberus headed in their direction, but they were more than happy to kind of concede positioning.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, they are still pretty much dead center of the zone. They held a wider split to keep their options open, but they felt the pressure from the north and from the south as well as FaZe made their push into Gatka itself, but they won't be too upset with having to regroup on the position that they currently have. Twisted Minds, though, having earned themselves the right to hold the compound and the eastern tip, also are not going to be pushing out too far and hoping that when this zone pops, they're going to get a bit of a foothold. But unfortunately, it does shift over to the western edge of Everest, and that most likely means they're going to have to try and fight their way through Cerberus.
Yeah, again, really, really good news for those teams that are on Everest. Again, reiterating that that is primarily Cerberus.
Armory Gaming, where are you going?
Ooh, that is an interesting shout. Well, surely you don't get away with this if it's Cerberus on the other side on the receiving end of that push. The shots is going to start to come through, and there's already some good connections. Isaki, a couple, but AG have managed to make it to the ground.
Like the coordination on the shots, they give a call out to say which guy are we shooting at. Everyone sprays towards the same target, but can't quite make it connect quickly enough to do any real damage onto Armory Gaming, any lasting damage that they can't simply heal through, but they're well aware of the position up towards the top of the hill as well, and now Twisted Minds have actually wrapped underneath the southern side of Everest, and they're starting to make a push up. Tycon is well aware of it, and now Virtus Pro are in a position to try and catch them out as they make their push up top as well.
Starting well. Quizzy as well chiming in. Twisted Minds, have they bitten off a little more than they can chew? Virtus Pro also losing members here and there. As Falcons get involved, we did sort of say Phase 2 is a little bit slow in terms of the frags, but Phase 3 has really picked the pace up. And that, I guess, comes with the territory, right? If you have one phase that's slow, the next one, when the rotations have to happen, does get a little bit messy. It's just a vomit on the kill feed. There's kills happening all over the place, and plenty of teams involved.
Yeah, FaZe getting themselves involved as well from distance with the DMRs from Gatka. Perfect position to watch a fight unfold on the top of Everest, and where else would we possibly see it? All the emergency parachutes and teams pushing up in that direction. We've got a whole lot of teams making wide wrap rotates. Once again, unsurprisingly, E-Arena and Na'Vi fit the bill for that exact message. They're going to make their way just towards the north of Flood in Hospital into South George itself. It's an entirely free bit of space, but very unlikely to see any sort of presence in Phase 4. So they've got to plan quickly to see what their next move is going to be.
It's not a bad spot to be in, though, honestly, for E-Arena if you happen to play Edge. Bleed just milling around underneath Everest. I don't know if you really want to get involved in this, though. I've got to be honest. Seymour, easy pickings for Nixie. A couple of shots come in from Gen G that is going to pop Nixie back down low, but he's gotten his job done. He's got that flush, and he's happy. He's been helped out by Quizzy as well, so Bleeder just going to have to scurry away and take their losses and run with them.
Playing the north side of Everest is always difficult, especially when there's still presence in the crates and the warehouses to the north as well. Just no real cover to be found. You lack the trees that you have in the forest that lines the southern side of Everest, and just pulls up a little bit too close to Virtus Pro, but they will be thankful at the least for the opportunity, because the zone has shifted so far over to the west that Falcons, yeah, they might even reconsider their split right now. Look at the position of Rello and Snakers. It's a very strong position. They might just commit to a defense on that, as Lucarux commits to the spray, takes down Perfectix, but overcommits onto the Peekers. Wally Tai find an opportunity to get a third-party shot. They sit him down, and they have to turn Quizzy around quickly to make sure they can grab the revive before Cerberus swoop in to claim the point.
Yeah, FaZe now on the move as well. They've got a big old rotation to make. We did actually touch on FaZe a couple of times yesterday being perhaps like the last team to rotate into various zones. Usually it was phase 1. It's a bit later on in the piece now, and that is some stylish driving, might I add. Luckily, not quite high enough on the ridge for Nurans to get shots in.
If you're looking at FaZe and you see a car upside down, typically it's Fex. But, you know, Jeems is capable of those little twisty turning maneuvers, but they were in this position before. They actually had the radio tower hill themselves. They flexed out further towards Gatka, and now they have to fight back into the position that they once owned. They have to go through day trade to try and find a spot in the zone. But first, Armory Gaming has to make a push through Cerberus, and Hisaki once again will be the first to fall.
Yeah, shots from Himas aren't quite connecting at the moment. Dragunov just not it, you know.
It is at this range.
Yeah.
If he can land the headshot, and Himas usually can, it's just very difficult to hit Armory Gaming.
Yeah, right now it's not connecting for some reason. Puchils is in an awkward spot. That is just not where it's at, though. Quick Trade does come onto Gustav, so 1-for-1 Day Trade might still be in the mix. It is imperative for Day Trade to win this fight.
They have to. They simply have no choice. They
23.
cannot fail. They need at least like 40 points from this point on. They've already let one game go without reaching the margins that they would require to make to the grand finals. Have to wrap around the side. Correxi's holding the angle. He gets off the revive. He hears Flash making the push, and it's fallen apart for Day Trade once again. FaZe Clan get the better of them, and up on Everest, Howl have now entered the fray.
Yeah, Cerberus are down to just the 2. And you've got shots coming through from Howl, like you said. VLTH are on the other side of this, and doesn't look very good for Cerberus. We did say they were the kings of the hill, but seems as though there's some regicide in play at the moment.
I like that word. Yeah.
Learned that one from Age of Empires.
Age of Empires 2, fantastic.
Yeah.
No, but it definitely feels fitting. Tycon, though, can't get out of there quickly enough. The P90's hunting him down, but Himas is there to answer back onto the Mad.
Himas is always there, isn't he? He's always looking, always hunting. Hasn't quite had as impressive of a game 2 compared to game 1, but he might be able to double down actually on Howl here. He's got a bit of a positional advantage being up above them.
I feel like that's setting the bar pretty darn high, though, for yourself. 1,000 damage and 6 kills in game of 1.
That's true.
It's a high bar to hit, but unfortunately, he won't be getting anywhere close. Ketpa will make sure of it. The P90 close range up on top of Everest will get the job done. Cerberus removed, but their job is still not over. They still have to get through Wally Tai holding them, and then they've got to get to the zone. It's gone even further to the west.
Well, how about another one of those teams that's been flying under the radar a little bit? We saw that highlighted very quickly on the map. Falcons, 4 strong, dead center of the zone in a compound. This has to be their game. In the same way that we talked about Bleed
and Day
Trade, it's also Falcons. They really do need to get something done, and they need to do it quite quickly. We'll hold that thought for the moment, though, because that'll come into play a little bit later on, and we keep our attention on the top of Everest as Howl is finished off quite cleanly by VLTH, who are putting together a pretty decent game here just quietly.
Yeah. On Everest, off Everest, and back on again once it's safe to do so. They've done all the hard work of cleaning up all the third-partying fights, and now they get to reap the rewards, cleaning up Howl as they make their move out of the blue zone. Uniques will get a long-range shot onto VP's Quizzy as he tried to exit the scene of the crime, but could not find cover from Wally Tai up above, who are now 5 kills deep, and they've got into the placement points on 50 points so far. A surprising team out of the APAC region who many would never have expected to make it into the grand finals, but they might be on for a 2-peat. But first of all, Uniques, yeah, he's not going to make it out of this position. It looks like Megvalos isn't either.
Well, you had a bit too much fun. To be fair, though, again, 5 points on the board for this game from VLTH. They're kind of keeping it ticking over nicely, and that's really all that they need to be doing today to make it through to Friday. Obviously, a day off tomorrow for everybody. Some will be happy with that, some won't.
Oh, yeah.
Some might be taking that as a travel day. to my understanding, based on some of the conversations I've been having. Depends on how today goes.
Yeah,
a lot of teams.
A lot riding on the next 4.5 games. 10 minutes or so remaining in this one, and we're still to decide the victor. Falcons holding down a position dead center, still 4 strong. They've picked up 2 points from there right now, still looking at about 25 to 30 points away from guaranteed safety into the grand finals, but this could go a long way towards securing it, especially with another knock onto Megvelox.
It's a great compound to actually be in, right? There's not a lot of cover around it. It's a fantastic position to hold down the fort from, farm from. You can actually get a lot of work done in a position like this one as Falcons, and boy, do they need to get a lot of work done. They need to win this game. They have been given the opportunity to do so. Now let's see if they can run away with it. VLTH are on the move. I should say what's left of VLTH are on the move, because it is just a couple of members. They're going to hole up underneath a couple of rocks. And they're safe for the moment, but that will only last for so long, especially if Gen G decide to take up residence on the ridge above them. Zone pull again will be good for Falcons.
At the high ground just to the east side of Hospital, they've pushed forwards in towards Bleed Esports into grenade range. Barpo overstepped slightly, but Tosi over top peeks into Orcarin, and it's enough to clean up Bleed from that horrible little dip that was all they really had to play for such a long time. Rex holding the back line. He's going to get crept up on now as Lyric's starting to make a move out from Hospital. They're not taking the subtle approach. They're smoking their way forwards, but they're lurking, leaving Lyric's lurking right at the very edge of the zone, who might just potentially find a timing to creep up and catch 1 or 2 of Gen G as they look for the res.
Yeah, patience a virtue for E-Arena at the moment, but they can't afford to wait too long. There's only 15 seconds left before that zone is going to push them. And Lyric's will be the first one that has to move, so that might push him out of safety and into danger. Rex is aware that there's players close by. He's dropping nades. First one does actually connect slightly onto Tigger. It's a good start to the engagement for Rex. And for Gen G, who are clearing out the edge of zone. More points on offer there for Falcons as they pick up a couple more kills onto the FaZe members. 4 here now. 2 for Snakers, 2 for Flood. Up to 32. Remember, the number that we're guessing that we're looking for is about 55. 55 plus is what teams are going to be aiming for at the moment. Still a long way to go, but this one could really put them within striking distance today.
Right. It was a desperate move out of FaZe. They used the one vehicle that they had remaining just to try and see if they could send it forwards to a ridge, and it's left Corexy stranded. Smokes may just be all he has, but I don't even know if he has any, but he definitely has about 10 DMRs just absolutely trained on his position. The second he gives any sort of indication that he's trying to make a move, it's going to be night-night for FaZe in 7th place. He just has to try and hope that he can outlast someone else, or maybe find a quick peek over the top, but not quite to be. He has no smokes to work with. He can't stop to heal. He's just got to go. And unfortunately, it's not looking good for him. Ming will be the one to collect the kill. Falcons maybe letting that one go a miss, but Lyric's now activates over the top, gets 1, gets 2, and goes down to the blue zone, but Tigger and Zizzy are going to try and push forward and capitalize on their teammate sacrifice.
Yeah, there's a bunch of util getting tossed on in, but that just isn't working out for E-Arena at all. Tigger drops like a rock. Zizzy is now getting shot as well, so it's kind of out of the frying pan into the fire for E-Arena. Importantly as well, I'll turn your attention toward that push from New Happy. They tried to crash in onto Falcons, were unsuccessful in doing so. A knock onto Flood, but that'll be revivable, and New Happy down to Ming only. Again, more points into the back pocket of Team Falcons, one of those teams that desperately needs it at the moment.
And all that is happening now really is just for lack of options. New Happy, they claimed the point, the 2-point kill from Corexy of FaZe down towards the south, and really that was the last thing that they could possibly hope to do in this game. They tried to make a play onto Falcons. Understandably, it didn't work, but now Na'Vi, they've pushed themselves forwards. They were holding the west. They've been playing the edge so darn effectively. Fearist, the mastermind of strategy, keeping his teammates safe and secure for as long as he possibly can. Mimes blue zone grenade will sit down Ming as Tosi peeks up over the top, catches out Wally Tai lurking by the rock, and makes quick work of both of them.
Gen G down to just a couple of members. Na'Vi, a trio, which definitely keeps that door open for Falcons, especially when you consider that with this push in from Gen G, well, there's almost no hope. They have a snowball's chance in hell of making their way into the zone safely, at which point it's debatably going to be a 4-on-3 for Falcons to play with, and they also don't really have to move out of their compound just yet. They've got the room to play with for the next couple of minutes or so. Tosi, easy finish for Hakatori. Again, keeping himself in the discussion today. Has had 2 back-to-back solid games.
It's almost come to be an expectation of the young man. Really just has been popping off for a better part of almost a year now. Even back to his days on Pod Samolet, now pushing forwards. Gen.G will be cleaned up. I mean, a slim thread of hope for Sonic's Copium enjoyers as Gen.G on 17th place. 46 points. 3 points to go until they're tied with Sonics. It's really not looking good for their chances to remain in PGS 4. But Falcons might just be right there alongside them if they can get the better of Na'Vi in this endgame.
Yeah, Snakers looking for a bead onto Fairest. Hasn't been able to find it just yet. Falcons, though, at some point are going to have to push their way out of this building. So they want to be taking some space. Na'Vi, at the moment, actually have the better of it when it comes to the next zone, you would think. But it's perhaps the eye of the storm at the moment, Saga, right? Where we see all the shenanigans happen, then it'll slow down for a couple of minutes, and then we'll get stuck back into it. Falcons, though, recognizing the job at hand. They're going to have to move their way forward. Snakers is just pushing out in the open. It looked scary for a second. The cover was good. And the smoke's down, allow Rello all the way out onto the flank. As long as he gets behind the rock, he will be safe.
He's taking a risk, a big risk, to try and make that push dry without using any smokes. Hakatori gets the better of Mime with the Grozer as the push is committed forward. Falcons have got 11 grenades, but they're not throwing any of them. They might just be throwing the game instead.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Falcons at all. It's just looking a bit uncoordinated, to be quite honest with you. And Flood, he's trying desperately to put some damage down to provide some space for his teammates, but I don't even know if these are going to be revivable knocks. I mean, no smoke for Flood. That means Mime's a dead man.
I like the play from Rello to get the off angle. It was risky, but it almost paid off. And to be fair, that is where the vast majority of the grenades are. He has 5, but he can't get in range now. The car is unusable. He has no smokes to get any closer to Na'Vi. He was praying and hoping and relying on his close range engagement of his teammates. But Hakatori with the Groza just getting the better of Mime, getting that opening position for the peek over the top.
Yep.
And right now, from a potential game-winning position, Falcons may just have to settle for second.
Potentially. I mean, look, Rello and Flood, they do still have some nice angles to be working with. But it really comes down to the shots, and honestly, Rello's actually doing pretty solid damage at this point in time. Mime, in the meanwhile, actually being revived by Flood. That's dangerous territory, but Rello's got himself a knock. There's going to be a nade over the top. Flood copped a headshot in the meanwhile. Is it going to be enough? Yes! The bounce is so good from Hakatori. Again, he just stays winning, and it's on to Rello solo. Falcons are going to be very disappointed with how this game has played out. It's almost certain now that it's going to go in the other direction, and Na'Vi, the patience will pay off.
Rello has truly done all that he can to get into this position and provide the opportunities for his teammates. But Na'Vi, the young gunners from Ukraine, just too damn strong. Fairest lining up the utility. The vehicle is gone. The tags are coming through, and a blue zone grenade might just be enough to get the final tick as Rello desperation spray with the FAMAS, and he's got a jammer pack. He's delaying as long as he can, but it won't be enough. Fairest will secure the final kill, and Na'Vi get the better of Falcons in a 3 versus 4 to end off game number 2.
Yeah, big win for Na'Vi. I'm going to be interested to hear, though, what Toffees and Matcham have to say about that one from the Falcons' perspective, because it did look like they were set up for success, but that push, I don't know about you, Saga, but it just felt a little bit more uncoordinated than what you'd like to see. Some individual fights being taken, some like 1v2s, 1v3s, when they had the numbers advantage.
Yeah.
They got close. You got to say, not bad from Falcons. It's points on the board, definitely, but is that really even going to be considered a win for them when something else was on offer?
I don't know how much of their utility they were forced to commit when New Happy breached the compound, but it was to their detriment for sure. But Falcons not able to get the better of Na'Vi, winning game number 2.
Na'Vi, the young guns of PUBG, come out and throw down. What a win on the back of Hakatori, the Heartbreaker, as he tears away the potential victory from the Falcons. Let's break this game down, Matt. I want to start with the Falcons because Elfish and Saga said they want to get our opinion on this one. I disagree with what their position was because here's the deal.
I agree with you.
They're in that spot. Navi's got a good lock, and I think what happened to Falcons, this is the most proactive that I have seen them be in this event so far. The rotations, they didn't work out, but the cover was there and the attempts were there, and I at least like that they took action before they had to.
What helps is understanding the terrain right? So whenever we look at the positioning, Falcons had a full open area that they were going to have to navigate. The opposing team was already entrenched on a hillside. They had more cover to work with, and that building was going to get removed. So I love the fact that we saw them split out. It was Snakers, I believe, that made the direct run in. And the moment that the shot started coming at him, the vehicle moved, got the rock so that way Rello could get over there, and the Snakers then used the distraction of Rello to try and make another move. That's a highly coordinated, aggressive move. The aim didn't come out the way that they wanted it to after that, but the specific movement coming out of it was really, I love the mindset.
You don't always win, but you make the moves early. And so I think that was where Falcons could wait and see what happens, or they try to get proactive, and I will always honor a team's attempt at that. And they will be happy with that. They got 8 kills and second place. This is they got more points, I think, in that game than all day yesterday.
There's a very interesting thing we don't get to talk about a lot inside of PUBG, and this is a great opportunity to do so, which is a lot of times the play is a good idea. The gunfight just doesn't go your way. So a lot of times people will take away, oh, the play was a bad idea. No, I love the idea of the play. It just wish that the gunfighting was there whenever it needed to be.
And it wasn't even necessarily, I think the gunfighting was mostly okay. You know, Rello took some damage on the way in, and then Hakatori, the Heartbreaker, nails that perfect grenade as he has been doing things like that the whole time, and just the res is not possible, and they forced the one.
It was Snakers going down too early off of that initial area. That's where I wish
but they would have gone back. It was a beautiful grenade. Everything was nice. Na'Vi played it perfectly. I think both teams can walk away from this game happy with their performance, but the happiest will obviously be Na'Vi. Hakatori, 5 kills, but the rest of the team, no slouches, as this has been a newly built unit for Na'Vi. I had questions on how long it's going to take them to truly activate. The answer is now. These guys are good.
Hakatori, just so hot right now. Dude, he is just absolutely wrecking it. I mean, of course.
Look at that smile.
Man, he's got to be the man of the match. Decent damage coming out, points contribution, survival time, all that other stuff. But 5 kills, 5 knocks, but the amount of pressure that he can unload is just absolutely insane. Whenever he enters a firefight, it's all confidence, and it's just, you know, like he knows he's going to win whatever happens next.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at what they walk away. Na'Vi walks away with 18 points. Falcons, okay, I thought they maybe beat yesterday's totals. They didn't, but 14 points off of one game is going to be a huge glow up considering where they started today. Gen G, who also is on the climb, the hunt, that 11 is going to put them in a great spot going forward. Cerberus, Twisted Minds, teams that we expected to do well, continue to grab here points. I will also say the one for me is Freaks. Freaks is that other team that is sort of in this hunt to determine where that cutoff is going to be at the end of the day, and they're walking away with another 0-point game.
I just love the fact that a bad game from Cerberus is dropping on Everest and still getting 5 kills. My God.
Let's talk Everest for a second. That game, that whole Everest
we don't even get a
situation
chance
was
to talk about, like, that was an absolutely wild game. I loved it.
It was a really good one. All right, so 4 a.m. still looking up there on top in TSM, but those will possibly get passed as the day continues. TSM, though, at 105 looking very, very good. Now, over on the right side, that's what we are going to be tracking throughout the day. VP has moved into 11. How pretty comfortable at 52. The cutoff is 16 for those of you watching at home. Right now, the Sonics sitting at there at 49. But I got to tell you, if you are a Sonics fan, prepare because the next game may be your last. As Gen G does make a nice push up that wall. Falcons, however, at 41, is looking like a completely different team today.
While we're talking about Sonics, let's not forget D plus Kia that's presently in 13th, only at 51 points. Pretty decent chance that they're going to be shifting down given the point spread we can now see coming into the hunt. With Falcons now coming alive, Gen G finding some solid points, it's starting to get
and I'm
desperate.
I'm going to say this because at home I want to be fair. Falcons got fed circles. They started out, their first place they went to was Hospital. They collapsed on a building. I asked them, what do you call this building? And they said their code name for it is flat top on yellow. So they sat it flat top on yellow that entire match, but they got the kills they needed to out of it, and you win the games you need to win.
Or you just call it, I don't know, that compound west of Everest.
Call it whatever you want. What I'm going to call it is a break. When we get back, we're going to change maps. 2 games in, 4 more to go. Don't go anywhere. This is PGS 4.
A brand new win streak challenge, a zippy new travel tool for Rondo, and a nostalgic trip back to an old classic. All this and more as we dive into the Update 29.2 patch report. Been a while since I said that. First up, we're taking a trip back to a fan favorite time. That's right, we're going home. Air and Go Classic will feature an earlier version of the map, with a few modern tweaks for convenience. We've reduced recoil, added the starting island and bench weapons back in, randomized vehicle locations, threw some clothes on the ground, and even turned back the clock on the UI. This isn't a one-to-one original, but we hope it'll capture the fun and feel of those early PUBG days. Air and Go Classic will be around for 2 weeks, from May 14th to 28th on PC, and May 23rd to June 6th on console. Check out the patch notes for full details on all the throwbacks. Next up, the Win Streak Showdown is a new way to challenge yourself against other pre-made teams. Battle for new objectives and track your score while trying to rack up back-to-back chicken dinners. It's a brand new way to push yourself to the limit while earning great rewards. If that wasn't enough, we've also got a brand new tool to help you navigate Rondo. The dynamic new zipline gun lets you deploy a cable to desired locations and zip across. This changes map navigation in a big way, and we know you're going to get creative, so we're looking forward to seeing what you do with it. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass, updates to Team Deathmatch, bug fixes, performance improvements, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 29.2 is here, so rack up that win streak, grab the new tool, and zipline back to the past. Because we're going home. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. Nostalgia.
허거? 샤이 로스맨? 그게 되게 맛있더라고요.
루로판이라는 덮밥, 대만식 덮밥이 제일 맛있었습니다.
딘섬을 넘버원으로 꼽고 싶어요. 제일 맛있던 것 같아요. 특히 고기가 제일 맛있긴 했는데 그 입안에서 터질 때 육즙 나오거든요. 그게 제일 맛있었어요.
베이징 까오야. 저는 양꼬치가 제일 맛있었어요.
Dışarıda arkadaşlarımla takılmayı, beraber olmayı seviyorum.
Winner, 10 kills.
need your money, just give me respect. Told you before this, you know I'm a threat. I ain't letting up, I got my foot on their neck. Yeah, in other words, you know that we about to kill it. I ain't for the talking, I said it, you know I did it. I'm putting on the show, the world is about to feel it. I know they're getting scared when I tell them that. We outside. We outside. We out. Looking at the view from the top. Get into the bed, don't stop. Get into the bed, don't stop. Better catch up, cause we outside.
Two games down and 4 to go. That is what remains for every single team now in the group stage of PGS 4. And for some, that is good news. For others, that is pretty bad news indeed. Obviously, Falcons being perhaps the big talking point coming out of that last game. You know, Na'Vi are in a great spot. There's no doubt about that. But Falcons are the ones that are still in a little bit of a questionable position. A second place in that last game, though, a pretty good result overall. Yep. Looking better as the days go on. But the question I have for you, Saga, is it going to be enough? 41 points right now. Can they get another 15 or so?
Sometimes that one little bit of circle favor can be all it takes to reignite an opportunity within a squad that has been really beaten down for such a long time. They've spent really the entirety of PGS 3 group stage having a terrible time, and even here at PGS 4 it's not been great. They've had a slight bit of hope, a little bit of an opportunity presented to them. They will take the second place that they got in the previous game, and hopefully that can be the spark of something new for the Falcons. But Na'Vi, man, looking so damn strong as well.
Yeah, they're pushing their way up the standings in 7th overall at the moment, but plenty more to be done today. 20 seconds away from getting into game onto Taego. The one thing that I will draw your attention to now as well is this is probably the game where Sonics is done. 3 points, the difference between them and Gen G. If Gen G gets that done, Sonics will drop out of the top 16. So let's jump into Taego and see if it is going to be time to say goodbye to yet another team.
Could well be. It's going to be the time to Taego, as we love to say in Europe. That's a bit of a shout out for my boys James and Martin, who are here at PGS 3. They've probably been missing the time to Taego. Well, you certainly are not missing it, because it is right now. The players in the plains, we have a pretty northern flight path, actually. Might even see a little bit of Hey Musa in action.
Could get a little bit interesting. Could indeed. I mean, that would be some good news for Falcons if it headed up in that direction.
Right, themselves and KDF would be massive beneficiaries of a Northwestern Island zone, and Gen G as well, should they opt to go for Wolsong, but in fact they have not. They're making their way down towards Ohyang, so maybe they're hoping to not see a Northwestern Island zone unless they're happy being one of the latest teams on there or an emergency parachute.
I mean, KDF are definitely in that same kind of boat as what Falcons are. Maybe not quite Gen G as much. Gen G really only need those 3 points to kind of lock themselves in. But yeah, Flood, Snakers, Rello, and Mime, all eyes on them. Let's see where that first phase is going to go as well, because Falcons, they're on the precipice, right? They're on the tipping point. If they have one more good game here, we can not, you know, again, we're not locking anything in, but we're pretty happy with where they're sitting at this point in time. And really it'll just take one decent game. But plenty more shenanigans afoot, and that is, I think, true to the word. A 50-50 split between North and South.
Yeah.
And it makes you think.
Really just can't make it too easy. Got to complicate things a little bit. E-Arena will have their game complicated slightly as Na'Vi make a push down towards going over that Hapo bridge. They do enjoy that area, and they certainly do enjoy setting up for a bridge camp, so I wouldn't be all too shocked if we did see Na'Vi crossing over towards the southern side of the river late, and potentially even staying there for a late rotating team like FaZe or Gen G to try and catch them out if they try and make a push towards the north. But first of all, Hakatori, big man in the previous game, tons of kills all throughout the tournament. And we'll get to hear what he has to say about the previous.
I'm here with Hakatori from Na'Vi. Well, Hakatori, you had great performance for last match. So what's the plan moving forward?
Насправді немає плану, просто побувати свою гру далі. Це все. Вболівати за нами. be honest, we don't have any plan for our next game. We will just continue to play it, and we will see what's going to be next. So cheers for Navi.
Yeah, cheer for Navi, and cross the finger for you guys for the next match. Congratulations again. Thank you.
Are you cheering for Navi, Saga?
I could never be a biased caster, but I will say I had an excellent chat with Alrain, and he was talking a lot about the mentality of the players being so damn important. If you want to see that on display, head over to PUBGesports.com. Navi being one of our featured teams, you get to hear the communications, and Fairest, the IGL who says he would rather have 10 kills than a winner and a chicken dinner, which is an interesting thing, but you can get to hear all the calls he's making to put Hakatori in these positions to get all of those kills.
I mean, 10 kills is 10 points. You can't be too mad about that either. But yeah, Na'Vi definitely in the spotlight today. I think yesterday, you know, we were talking a lot about New Happy in particular. Na'Vi had that one big game, but it kind of feels like Na'Vi's having a New Happy day today, if that makes sense. They're a bit more consistent across the board today.
Look at him go.
Yeah, happy days for everybody making
a new
that
happy
bridge jump.
day.
Well, that would have made sense if it was New Happy.
I'm sorry.
But Virtus Pro, I'm trying to. Look, I'm really trying to find some kind of something smart to say with Virtus Pro, but I just can't.
Virtus Hawk Pro Skater.
Oh, that's a good one.
We'll take it. We'll take that. We're happy
will
with
take
that. Himas on foot once again, running up a hill. This time there's no targets for him to actually find. Howl is taking a safer rotation down towards the south. And now 17, another orange team taking the jump. Wow.
Yeah. All right. Well, see if you can make a nice 17 pun, because that seems hard.
I've got nothing.
Yeah, you've got nothing.
Yeah, no.
I knew you'd have
over.
nothing.
Oh, he's putting on a show. Look at that.
Well,
show jumping.
Yeah.
It's something.
It's a stretch. It's
a big stretch.
Not a lot happening so far on Tego, as you can see, I'm sure.
Na'Vi not committing to the bridge camps, which is good news for the likes of Howl and FaZe, who are starting to make their move across. New Happy will be relatively happy with the fact that they can just go towards the eastern side of Go Dock. If this does go to the north, they will have probably one of the only real stronghold-esque positions where it's pretty much unbreachable with all of the high ground all around it. So fingers crossed for them that this does go towards the north, but there will be plenty of other teams to be happy to see an alternative phase 2.
Yeah, most definitely. There'll be a couple that are going to come in really quite late. AG, Bleed, Genji, all quite far out to the east at the moment. They're not really too interested in making a fast rotate in. VLTH, we're just watching, coming through the northern side, past Yongchon. And FaZe down south as well. Will perhaps be hedging their bets on this southern shift. I don't know about you, but it seems maybe a little more likely to go north from the split there, but it's just as much of an opportunity that it'll go south.
I would say it depends heavily on phase 2 and 3.
Yeah.
I would not want to have to be in the position of these teams to make this decision, but I will say that in Europe, FaZe and Howl have both run into each other plenty of times around that swamp. But for now, they're going to be keeping their distance. But Howl is widely split. FaZe running directly down the middle. Day Trade coming in relatively early from Army Base up towards the northern side of the island. They're going to be uncontested as they creep their way forwards just to the south of Go Dock, with Na'Vi and KDF already having committed slightly closer to the river just in case it goes to the other side.
Day Trade on the move as well. Sort of just milling around, not sure where they're going to quite end up. FaZe are they thinking about crossing the bridge? I don't suspect so.
That's interesting. They might be looking just to check if there's anyone going for any sneaky camps. Again, Na'Vi does enjoy a bit of a bridge camp, even on the double bridge where there is an alternative path and a way to get away. But now FaZe them potentially setting up for like a swim across through the island. Not entirely sure, but VP have breached their way into the palace.
Yeah.
And the puffering shots from Falcons just to warn any oncomers that there is presence here might have just given the game away and given Lukarux something to keep on a lookout for.
This is definitely an interesting fight to keep an eye on here, because this is something that Falcons ran into yesterday as well, with one of the pushes coming through. I think it might have been FaZe pushing into Palace that time. And it looked like it was going well, but then it sort of fell apart for Falcons. And so they've got another opportunity here to sort of show us what they can do. It is the sort of 2-1-1 split, though, from Falcons. So, again, trying to cover a lot of ground. may come back to bite them, and it has. Flood's been found on the roof, and that's Falcons down a member. It's a consistent problem that's popping up for Falcons, is losing a player earlier than they'd like.
Yeah, just puffering the shots, just showing presence, trying to dissuade other teams from pressing in, but the team has already committed presence elsewhere to the western side of Palace. It does at the very least give Snakers something to fall back to. Flood will be lost. There's nothing at all he could do to prevent that from that position. Just not keeping an eye on teams entering in from the east. But at the very least, it's only the one that they lose. Simoy just about avoids losing the vehicle as he crosses over the river and finds a little cheeky rock in the way.
The stealth rock, it's always a problem.
Hate when that happens.
Honestly, if you drove over one of those with a real car, it probably wouldn't keep driving like
that
this.
Would be expensive.
Yeah. Luckily, this is not real life.
Although,
bit of a rally driver vibe.
That was one of the things, actually, when I was talking to Navi's coach before. He said sometimes Fayeris gets so into the game that he says he feels as though if he dies in game, he will die in real life.
Whoa.
So sometimes the lines can get a little bit blurred, but thankfully with vehicle physics is not one of those positions where that's the case. Gen G, though, the vehicle physics on the orange coupe, they can be a little whack sometimes. James gave us a good demonstration with a nice little 360 tumble, so he's going to switch over to something just a little more stable.
That's like those theories that if you die in your dream, you'll die in real life, and that's why you never die in your dream. Because
except
you just wake up.
You can't potentially win your share of $300,000 for dreaming.
True. Well, you might in your dream. might not be 300,000 real dollars, but it might be 300,000 dream dollars. Tell you that.
Not sure what the exchange rate is on that. We'll have to check.
About as good as it is from esports dollars to real dollars, I'd say.
Oh, to Australian dollars.
Yeah.
It's not great. Not great.
Nope.
Twisted Minds making their move once again extremely late, having recently changed their drop spot from Palace, and potential danger, similar to what we saw from Falcons, getting crept up on by a third party. They've moved over to Gangneung on the far eastern side for the reason they said it just feels like it gives them more options, and even on a zone like this, they're happy to play late, wait the extra couple of minutes, but Armory Gaming, they've waited too long. It's almost double-digit minutes, and they haven't died yet. They feel uncomfortable. They got to speed things up.
Yeah, it's awkward. You just drive straight into a compound that's already been locked down. Perhaps a bit of a failure on the scouting on their behalf. Northern Shift in the end is where we're going to end up going. New Happy might even be a little bit disappointed to only get away with actually the one kill there, because there was every opportunity to find a couple on that rotate, but the final shot did not quite connect. FaZe being highlighted at the southern end of their bridge.
Bridge camping again.
Not a bad shout.
Sort of auxiliary benefit for New Happy is it's given them the information that KDF is up on the hilltop as well, looking for position. 17, just dodging after driving side by side with Armory Gaming. Looked like that could have potentially been a bit of a drive-by battle between the two, but not quite the case. Lucarux going straight at Cerberus. This is the aggression from Virtus Pro that got them a massive, massive game on the final day of group stages in PGS 3. But this time, 1 or 2 tags being the difference between Cerberus staying 4 alive or losing potentially 3 players. But it's given an opening for Twisted Minds to get across the bridge.
Oh, Quizzy and all sorts of bothers. Cerberus do get the knock, but it's into the smoke, and so VP should be okay for the moment. Wow. It's a very awkward spot to be in, though, for Cerberus. I think they'll want to get on the move as soon as they can, just to try to put some space between them and the coast. And certainly they are on their way. Falcons in the kill feed again. Important to be keeping an eye on that one. Gen G still on the 46 points as well, and haven't been able to overtake Sonics just yet.
So Lolzy almost getting caught out in a very dangerous position. Manages to self-right the vehicle and continue making a move, but VP's aggressive play up towards Cerberus, trying to chase them off out of that spot, gave Twisted Minds just a hint of an opening. They've now committed their full force over the river onto the northern side as Armory Gaming tried to push forwards. They found KDF. We said if this goes to the Northern Island, KDF could potentially have a big game, but now New Happy's pushing in from the north at the same time, and they really can't deal with getting third party right now.
Good shots in from Longskirt at range. It's bad news for Armory Gaming. Their game is going from bad to worse. Jame will be finished off.
KDF just back up to the compound. Sensible choice. They heard the shots from the above. They saw New Happy had pushed into this. They don't want to take the risk. They can't afford to. But they can afford a grenade.
It's not going to do anything.
Oh, he's already in the car and on the move.
Cerberus are floating around as well. Big split from Cerberus. 2-2 with a couple of players down in Palace. So definitely hedging their bets. But again, in a positive mindset, Cerberus, aren't they? They're always looking for a fight. They're looking for something. Steal away a couple of points here and there. And largely it has gone very well for them.
It is good to see. Once again, we're at a point in the PUBG esports kind of status quo where a team that shows just such relentless aggression is rewarded for doing so. I think it's almost the polar opposite of just a few years ago when we were playing the winner-winner chicken dinner format, where passive play was above all other play styles, but now raw, all-out, unbridled aggression just constantly on display from Cerberus, and it's really reaping the results. It's great to see. Mortars in the background, though. We'll see if any of those land onto their target as Phase 4 zone going to be popping. But it's Phase 3, in fact. There is still some of the river left in play.
Yeah, a bit of a shrink in. Day Trade recognizing that they're going to have to be on the move. Belmoth wants to go sooner rather than later, but the rest of the team not ready to go just yet. Tycon has been taken down. The game is getting harder and more difficult for Cerberus. It's definitely not been their best day, and Himas out early in this game is going to make 10% of fantasy players pretty sad. There's Na'Vi once again putting together some numbers.
Not even needing to bridge camp to stop FaZe from getting real any footholds over the bridge. Lukarux looking to defend the breach. He will do so successfully. Cerberus trying to find a way into the palace, but Lukarux, he tried to chase them down earlier on, but this time they come and deliver the points directly to his doorstep. 4 for Virtus Pro now as they climb their way to 9th.
Yeah, Palace is really looking like their Palace at the moment. They are more than happy to defend their walls and relax on the inside.
They fought hard to take it away from Falcons. They crept their way forwards. They know that they have invaders in the territory just to the east, and Jacob surely knows that Flash is up close and personal as well. He will spot this smoke getting thrown out just to try and buy himself a bit of position, but Jacob feels comfortable enough to sit around here and look to try and hold the peak. Oh, he got the folded shield up just in time, but he dipped out of there. E-Arena are still split quite wide, and Howl not too far away from this. Could find some third-partying angles if this comes to blows.
Yeah, Daytrade just kind of trying to hop from one position to another, cover each other on that rotation in. It's not looking too easy for them at the moment, but we go back north side, and that is where New Happy working in as well. VLTH right in front of them, but also right behind them. Megvalos and Unique still just on the southern side of Godot. Could be an awkward situation here for Nurans. Oh, dearie me, he's run into the rock, and that is the worst possible timing. Good shots onto Belmoth too. Zizzy locks it down. E-Arena just pick up a couple of freebies onto Daytrade, and if their run in this tournament wasn't over yet, it is definitely starting to look like it is here on day 3 of the group stage.
I can only imagine that little pause before Zizzy got the flush was just so he had enough time to unmute his mic in game and say some choice words to his countrymen. Daytrade just, they knew that E-Arena were lurking around this position, but realistically their only option was to commit to the fight or try and leave, but there's just nowhere else to leave towards. But they weren't quite ready for E-Arena to spring them into action just early enough to catch Daytrade off guard. Puchil's trying to recover something, but Lyrix with an angle over the top of the car will make sure that's not going to be the case.
Oh, and it's awkward timing for Flash as well as he tries to exit. There's just no escape from the E-Arena. And they pick up the 4 points. Bad news for Daytrade again as they're quite desperate for points, but not going to be coming from this game. E-Arena though, in an awkward spot now as well, having lost Lyrix in the blue. He's probably a dead man.
Yeah.
Zizzy was copying some shots from Howl. However, that danger has passed.
I like it from Howl though, sending Ruin out to try and see if he can find an opportunity for any third-party shots. Almost gets Zizzy down, but can't quite get out of there, but doesn't overcommit to the angle. Falls back, prioritizes getting into the zone because Twisted Minds are lurking nearby. And the Mad is probably not going to have to be holding that down in a 1 versus 3, potentially. Wouldn't be very happy about that if I was in his shoes. Although 1 versus 3, because Perfectix is about half a kilometer away in Palace by himself, surrounded by 3 teams, while the rest of Twisted Minds are holding the compound slightly south of where Howl is right now. That's an interesting strategic choice.
Slow and steady wins the race for Bleed. To the northern side of Palace. Awkward spot to sort of be in there. A lot of teams around there. New Happy also kind of trying to find their place in the world at the moment. They're just constantly on the move. Every time we look in their direction, they are going to slot themselves in between Bleed and KDF. Or maybe they're going to come in right next to Bleed. Happy will certainly be hearing this now. Some shots going in that direction. New Happy know that they're between a rock and a hard place, but there's just nowhere else to go. They've got to pull up somewhere. December 12th trying to lock things down. It's definitely not looking like it's going to be an easy fight here for New Happy. KDF, though, fighting on a different direction as well. Get one knock onto VLTH. Latte. Toss that one into the smoke, and you might find Xiao Wu.
Just has to be careful not to get any collateral damage going down with that shot from the Panzerfaust. It doesn't connect. It doesn't find its target. Megvalos just trying to dodge out of the shots to get flushed, but no, Heaven will find it. Uniques will do the job. He takes down Xiao Wu DD, but it's taken a while. It's given Lil Ghost the opportunity to get up on top of the rock, find a position, find an angle. He's pushing forward, but it's Na'Vi. It's Hakatori again from range. That Dragonov, he's so damn good with it.
Yeah, Unique. It's going to be a saving grace for him and for VLTH. 17 were out for blood, and it was actually, in the end, their blood, which was spilled more so than their opponents. Na'Vi still 4 strong.
Yeah, they've been sat in that compound, but it's been shifted out of on the phase 4 shift. It's given them the opportunity to push forwards. As on the northeastern side, New Happy desperately scrapping, trying to find their way out. Ming Ming gets 2 down with the grenade and the AUG, and he almost gets the better of Bean as well, forces him to turn back, but Bleed on the third-partying approach.
Yeah, it's interesting here for New Happy. They've pushed a little bit too far. December 12th has been taken down by Bean. No one really there to help him out at the moment. No smoke onto his position to save him. KDF finding it hard to get the confirmed kill, but Heaven eventually slides it through in the end. I don't know that it'll save him. Nan on the other side of the engagement is trying to hold the fort, hold the flank against Bleed with Longsker. It's a battle on both sides for New Happy, and they ultimately crack under the pressure.
There's just no way in. You said it themselves, they spent a long time trying to find any way to get into this zone. The only option was between KDF and Bleed, and unfortunately, that will lead to their ultimate demise. E-Arena meets much of the same fate as well at the hands of Howl. They tried to push forwards. They both tried to dodge out on Twisted Minds, but knocks on either side. Fresh revives might just be enough for Twisted Minds to signal the push and try and clean up.
Yeah, most definitely. Twisted Minds, yeah, keeping their heads down. Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, VP, haven't really been talking about them too much this game just yet, and they're all 4 strong. 20 minutes in, we've still got 37 players alive. It feels like a pretty busy zone, this next one.
Yeah, we're going to lose a lot now. There's very little to play. FaZe have got a couple of dips to work with. Falcons have the compound for a second game in a row, but other than that, it's open space. It's open terrain. Wally Tai have multiple teams to try and deal with on their edge, Na'Vi being the first. And look at how clumped together they are. One grenade here could spell disaster, but definitely not in range. They have to make a play. They're running low on time.
I mean, they've got the vehicles to work with, but this really never ends well when you see so many players in the same vehicle, and that is exactly why. It is so clean, the shots that came through. Just straight into the gauntlet that was being held by multiple teams, and unfortunately, you're never going to make that cross.
The rapid fire taps from Kiss, getting 2 out of that vehicle. The instant it came out of the smoke gives an opportunity for 17 to regroup, but they still have a push to make. And the Howl is lurking, waiting. They've denied entrance to the shack. Show has to sit down as Latte commits the 4x onto the AUG to try and take him down from range. Suju running out of space to work with as well.
Yeah, indeed. This is a rough one for Show. He's going to have a little bit of a smoke tunnel to work with, but as soon as he steps out of it, the shots through from VLTH and from Howl. Same kind of scenario as what was faced by Na'Vi. The end of 17 gaming, as we anticipated. This zone shift was going to cause problems for a few teams, and indeed it did.
Oh, Virtus Pro control the east, Bleed just to their north, and that is it. Everyone else is on the western side of this zone. The other 7 teams have to fight for extremely limited space. Code Marco to lead the charge for Howl. He has been doing, in terms of the statistics, one of the best performing individual players from the European region so far in this event. He's really going to have to make that shine if they want to commit this push onto Wally Tai. They don't have many other options. That Hilltop is really all that remains, but Twisted Minds are aware of it. Thankfully, though, for them, Fex lands a shot out of the car as Perfectix looking for a reposition.
Yeah, Perfectix inside the smoke, though, so not going to be flushable just yet. Kwepa pushing his way forward. Doesn't quite get the finishing blow onto Example, who hasn't really got the time to try for any heals.
He's looking for the repeat, trying to catch Ketper off guard, but Code Marco has now made his way over. An Example will not have time to get the first aid off. He's spotted, taken down, 1 bullet's all it takes. And Batulin's alone, now has Genji and FaZe putting shots into his own back line. Twisted Minds, the push has really been scuppered.
Yeah, 51 points right now for Twisted Minds. Not going to be getting too much more out of this game. They're starting to wonder how today's going to go. Still looking okay there on 15th place, though, so don't take that storyline and run with it just yet. FaZe down to the 2, but Tulins, as ever, finds himself as a solo right at the back of the fight a lot of the time. But he is not long for this world. That is not going to be a run that he is going to enjoy making, even if it is covered by some smokes for the moment.
Good reposition, though, to get himself out of the grenade range. Has to try and survive a little bit longer. 1 placement point will soon be available as Heaven falls. Knocked by Kiss with that mini once again, but stolen by Gustav. Code Marco looking to put extra pressure onto Wally Tai, but Unique's over the top. Instantly sprays him down. Latte responds as well, and Howl right over the top. Right back down again. Wally Tai cleaned them up in seconds.
And you talked about that one potential placement point that was there for Batulins. If he died half a second later, he might have gotten it, but still went out in 9th in the end. Quizzy with a good nade onto Gustav. Virtus Pro pushing and putting pressure in onto FaZe. You'd have to say FaZe are not long for this world now, once teams have got a beat on them.
Had a bit of a struggle getting over the bridge, getting past Navi. Struggles continue, but Fex! What is that turnaround on the spray? Barpo gets sat down so quickly with the M4 headshot, but Tosi is there to clean it up. But once again, a third-party opportunity for Virtus Pro. They've been keeping themselves out of danger. And a grenade to finish the job just as Simoy gets the knock. So he will secure the kill point. 1 apiece for 3 different teams for the demise of Genji.
Yeah, Lukrux not looking like he's having too much fun right there. Nixie also trying to make the cross into the bowl, which is really not a whole lot of cover. It's just blown up vehicles that they can hide behind Virtus Pro, which is definitely not going to do them a solid going further forward in this game. Smokes down, so to Quizzy on the floor. Virtus Pro unfortunately just got nowhere to go. You are dead men. But Falcons, Falcons.
Yep.
Is today their day?
It's another opportunity for them. They only need a little bit more. It's Twisted Minds currently holding that 16th place position. Another potential shock contender that we really haven't touched on that much. I mean, they were the other team that rounded out the top 3. They're only just slightly ahead of Sonics. Latte with the 4 times Org Spray as well. Such good control on that young man, but Happy in the little picture-in-picture down towards the bottom, getting a knock on him.
Getting a replay of that push over the top from Latte. Some unhappy members when they're getting knocked out of the game. No doubt about that. Bleed are doing pretty well for themselves here as well, so they might be another team that we can consider for a late run into the top 16 if they can finish this game strong. It's Falcons, KDF, and Bleed.
Yep.
3 teams which desperately need points today that are in the top 4. Now, unless VLTH goes out right here, right now, you'd still say Falcons, KDF, or Bleed are going to probably just miss out on the amount of points that they need. 1 or 2 of those teams will miss out.
At least 1.
And they'll have to do some more work going into the back half of the day, which will be Bean from KDF. But still, 4th place, 5 kills. That's a game that you could be pretty happy with.
Yeah. They needed something out of this game. They got enough this game, perhaps, potentially. Needed to be more, though, but Bleed Esports now have more defensive work to do. 8 kills on the board. Kiss will go down, which makes it 9, and Stakers from the compound now feeling no pressure at all from the west. will secure yet another point, and only one more death to go, and then Falcons get a second opportunity at a 3 versus 4 from holding down the compound.
Late might just go down to the blue. He's going to get that first aid kit off, but how long is that going to last with Bleed looking in your direction? He's going to try and make a quick play here. But knock.
Oh no! He got 2 down. Falcons, now is the time to activate. They have the opportunity. It was them who gave up the 2 knocks in the previous game. They are not making the same mistake this time. They smell the blood. They know they're going to be weak, and they're pushing.
It's the W key right now. Mime's going to fang a nade on in. I don't know that that's going to quite connect. It's an overcommitment. Is it an overcommitment from Falcons? It turns out to be, in the end, another second. They did what they had to do, Saga. Backs against the wall, really. 3 on 4, to be fair. You had to make that push, but Bleed are ultimately the big benefactors of Game 3 of the day.
Well, Toffee said he was proud of them for making some proactive plays after...
That's another one.
2 weeks of inactivity, realistically. That one was definitely proactive, but honestly, so well defended from Bleed Esports. The little push up over the top. They've committed to this play style that they played in the APAC qualifiers. Very slow, hard towards the edge, coming in late from the blue zone, and this time a little bit of favor of the circles is all it takes for them to pick up their first win and maybe start that miracle run.
Yeah, indeed. But with those teams coming through, it's pretty interesting now heading into the back half of the day. Only 3 games to go.
While the Falcons may have been proactive, it was Bleed that was clean, clear, and under control. As they managed to take home that victory, they got the bleeding stopped in time to stop the push and was able to hold that rock. Bleed needed some points, and this might actually put them back in contention.
Yeah, okay, Bleed. I don't know where you've been.
Bleed, I see you.
I acknowledge that's a pretty high kill count coming out from them, finally starting to find the ways to get the firefights going in their favor. Also, it's just... They were having to be under a lot of duress in a lot of different situations due to positioning, and I think that they played all very well.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a stressful position. They got the reses up. I do think that the Falcons made a good timed push. That, again, shows proactivity. I do question it. Maybe they should have been in the cars a little sooner.
Goodish time, I would say. Goodish time.
It's one of those things like, you take that risk, you make the play. That you're looking for the kills, I guess. It is what it is. Especially because you put in this context, Bleed and Falcon may be fighting for those points later on, so I think they thought, we don't want Bleed to possibly hold off. I don't know. There's a lot of... All I care about is teams are proactive. It doesn't matter if it always works. It matters that you are taking the risks and putting yourself out there. They did it. But what matters most is Bleed, who honestly, I'll call a spade, Matt. I think a lot of people are sort of like, they're not, write them off in terms of advancing to the grand final. Yeah, with where they were sitting on the leaderboard and the way that they had played so far, this is a totally different game for them, and it is going to be a huge deposit of points into their potential to go to the big final.
If they want to go to the final, this can't be it, though.
That's true.
They have to do this at least probably one more time, potentially 2. And maybe this is the start. Maybe they find the comfort based off of it, but it is just... You can't just take this and say, okay, they're good now. They've got to make sure that they bring it again and yet again.
But Bleed is going to be happy with that stop on Falcons 100% of the way. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Toffies. This is Match'em. And what we're seeing is comeback central. Because remember, today is about the top 16. And the teams on the bottom showed up with their briefcases full of gumption, and they're putting in the work to try to make it to the top.
And remember how we were talking about, point sponges and how important that was for a couple of specific teams like Plus Kia and Sonics, and then maybe even whenever we're looking at GNL. That's not happening. Instead, it's all of the teams that are in the middle coming alive, and they're making their surge in these last couple of games to say, no, we have a chance. We can try to fight our way into this.
R.I.P. Sonics. All right, top 4 teams. Bleed comes out with 12 kills. What? They're going to walk away with 22 from that match. Wally Tai, also 9 kills on the climb. Virtus Pro, I know they're good. We know the Bears are going to monsters. They get their 8. And Freaks, who's also desperately in the hunt, gets himself into 4th position. Let's go over the WWCD team stats.
I just want to say, happy better be happy off of that one. 839 damage. Good performance for them as looking across this one. Again, it was positioning, well played off of it, and yes, there was some long-range arrest that was happening. There was a couple other things, but you have to make sure if you're going to walk away with, at this level of international, and you're walking away with, like, what was it, I think 12 kills at the tail end of this and a victory, you had to play that. You had to play it clean.
And this is great. I think the Indonesian fans are going to be stoked to see their team stepping up, putting up some good numbers. This man of the match damage count of 839 is a whopper. 4 kills, 4 knockouts, looking good. It is a completely different team in that end game than I was expecting or have been seeing out of Bleed. So they're going to walk away with 22 total points. Wally Tai gets 14. That's a big pull for them. KDF, who also was one of those teams that we said the determining factors at the start of today as to where the advance is going to come down to is Freaks and Falcons. Falcons had turned on. Now the Freaks are as well.
And this is a really big game for Wally Tai. This pretty much secured them going on to the grand finals with the amount of points that they managed to pick up off of this. I think that they're sitting at like 64 or something else like that. So they're past the break point now. So they're feeling much more comfortable going out of this.
And I'm glad you bring it up. Let's take a look at that overall leaderboard. Remember, 16 is the cutoff. Wally Tai gets to 69. Nice. 5th place. You gotta love that. New Happy going to be pretty comfortable there. Navi absolutely dominant. They moved to 65. Legacy, I think, going to be pretty comfortable. They've played all their games, but 64 is a great place to be. Here's the cutoff now. GNL has played all their games. 54 is that spot. We got DK at 51. Officially, the Sonics have been eliminated from the grand final. Sorry to all of the fans and the haters. I know Twitch chat, in the English Twitch chat, is going to be all kinds of haha, told you so. It's going to be a nightmare for the admins. But Sonics has been eliminated. Falcons starting to look like this may be an easy advance for them at this point.
Twisted Minds needs to start finding some stuff happen too. Look at how compressed this is. 54 for GNL. Then all the way down to what I would say, Weibo over there at 20th place. That's that is 12 points. That's a game.
Well, Weibo, they're done. So they're out of this one. But I will say, Bleed having a game like that has changed it up just a little bit because it puts teams that I think when you were sitting at home doing the math, when these teams got here today, Bleed wasn't one that they thought might beat us in that race. So Bleed getting that win is a kind of a big switch up for that 16 cutoff. And I think that's where we're going to be watching the next 3 games.
And we're specifically going to start seeing that cutoff point, like where we were talking about it a lot, like, hey, is it like 55, whatever else like that? We might be starting to see it shift, maybe closer even to 60 at this stage.
We saw them getting ready to play. Bleed looked like they were in a very positive mindset. How can you not be after taking home that chicken dinner? Then we pivot over to Howl, a team that I think is qualified and good to go, has looked very, very good. And now Falcons. That's the team that woke up today with less points. 17, I believe, is what they got here with. Now looking like qualification is back on the table.
You got a couple of games where circles were highly favorable for you. Now you've got to make sure you do something else with these last couple.
Right, exactly. And I will say, I don't know who, how, or why they managed to get so many circles one after another. But that's PUBG, baby. Sometimes PUBG blesses you, sometimes it doesn't. And I think a lot of teams would have loved to have gotten some of the luck they got today.
Yeah, I mean, I think every team would love to get the luck that they got today.
That said, they're still walking away with 7 to 8 kills on those games. Snakers has been incredibly strong today. If you grab Snakers as a discount pick, you're living large. Let's see who lives large. We head to the snowy slopes of Vikendi for game number 4 with Elvish and Saga.
That's right, Saga. We are on the downhill slopes now as we head into the final 3 games of the group stage, at least, of PGS 4. But to be fair, for some teams, that is going to be their final 3 games. So they're going to have to get pretty spicy into Vikendi and see how things go.
The way that Tego went, some of those teams who looked like they were dead and buried already for the group stage and the grand finals to follow might just have had a little bit of a chance at redemption. Falcons with back-to-back second-place finishes, and now Bleed Esports, a big win. They've still got a lot of work to do if they want to try and make a statement and make an appearance in the grand finals as Indonesian representatives. But first of all, let's turn our eyes over to Lumberyard. There are 2 teams looking to claim that position, but unfortunately, or potentially fortunately, if you're an Armory Gaming enjoyer, looks like that's not going to be the case. However, they might just get tangled up with Howl instead.
As has been the case already a couple of times tonight. These 2 teams just can't seem to stop running into one another. Although, to be fair, I'll be honest with you, I think I'd probably rather not run into Twisted Minds if I did have the option. So if it was between those 2 teams, I think I might choose Howl or AG, personally. James might be in a bit of a spot of bother here. He's quite late to actually land. Has he found himself a weapon? Yes, Tommy gun. Could be worse actually in this situation, although he's got 2 players to deal with.
The only benefit really for Ruin in that position with just a mini is the fact that James did not have a vest or a helmet. It could have been potentially one-tapped. He had an opportunity. Didn't quite go the way he intended, but the smoke grenade will buy enough time for his teammate in the compound to come and get involved. But Armory Gaming, they're not backing down that easily. They've all got in a vehicle, they've got weapons, and now Howl find themselves in a 4 versus 2.
Yeah, just absolutely sending a Quepa in a perfect spot to cause a problem. A 2-man spray down already to start off the engagement. James will get the trade back on in, but still not exactly the way that AG would have liked this one to have gone. Howl, though, have actually lost the first player confirmed.
He saw the legs through the window from up above. James was tagged down low enough. Oh, it's all fallen apart so quickly. Ketpa, he lost his life for the cause, but that double on the spray might just have been huge. The Mad is now arriving in support.
That might be the difference maker. Howl, 3 strong, and it's down to just a couple of remaining members here for AG. Still, you have to be careful. You can tell that Howl not 100% sure about where their opponents are standing, so taking it slow. Code Marco providing Overwatch from behind is going to be able to open it up once again. And that'll be another 2 confirmed kills. Shanks inside of the building. Not long for this world. He's done. And that was pretty clean from Howl.
We've got a 9mm weapon into the kill feed. The MP5K finishing the job as Code Marco gets on his bike and gets back to his loot spot. Armory Gaming, it's certainly been what we could describe as one of the tournaments they've ever played in.
Yeah, the unfortunate reality of that engagement really is that Armory Gaming are the team that is in need of points. Howl, yeah, they're probably safe at this point in the top 16. So for all included, it's kind of a bit like, oh well.
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
how it went.
I've heard tell that this hot drop might be happening for the reason of potential contestation on this loot spot at tournaments in the future.
Yeah,
World Cup,
that's a bit too
PGS
forward thinking.
5 and 6. I mean, realistically, it's optimistic. It's very difficult to qualify for either of those teams. They're not guaranteed at all, but hey, if they are, at least right now, it's looking like Armory Gaming is going to have to find something else.
If you're not even making the final lobby of PGS 4, and now you're thinking about PGS 5 and 6, it's like, what are you even doing there? Like, I don't really understand that.
You really can't disparage the confidence that they have in themselves to a certain extent. But first of all, let's hear from Twisted Minds Batulins about how it feels to be in 16th right now.
I think it's how it should be, because like PGS 3 and PGS 4 are different tournaments, so different teams might rise up. So yeah, I am happy with it. I wouldn't say we became less aggressive. It really depends on the circles. So I think you will see very aggressive Twisted Minds soon. I think our strongest map is Miramar, because we are the owners of Miramar from the beginning. So yeah, I think so, just like this.
Fair enough. Twisted Minds, you know, plugging away, doing what they need to do. In 16th place, you highlight, but I'm sure that'll be improved upon over the next few games. And again, as long as they stay 16th or above, they'll be fine. Given that really it is maybe Falcons and Bleed that are kind of chasing them, I don't think they're going to be too concerned about things at the moment. They can hop over a couple of teams as well. It's happy days if you're in the Twisted Minds camp, although they haven't been having like the most standout performances.
Bleed right now is picking up points.
Yeah, that's true.
Na'Vi getting caught out. Diffix dropped off early in the game. And Bleed, I'm not sure whether this was an intentional targeted camp or whether they just ran into each other on rotation. From the looks of it on the map stream, it does look quite a lot like this was intentionally targeted from Bleed Esports towards Na'Vi. And that is a couple extra points that brings them ever closer. They've come from so far down towards the bottom, now within 6 points of Twisted Minds at the top. I'm not saying it's likely, but there's definitely a possibility that that can be done with 3 games left to go.
Indeed. Well, these kinds of events, they're a bit like a marathon, right? You have been here for, what, close to sort of 3 weeks at this point now for most of these, well, for all of these teams. And they've been playing all that time as well. They're going to be fatigued. They're going to be tired. They're going to be homesick. They're going to be whatever. But at the end of the day, you have to come into, again, what could potentially be your final day, ready for a sprint finish. And let me tell you, that is not the easiest of things to do, because all of those aforementioned factors come into play But if you can be that team that can mentally make it happen on a day like today, and that seems to be Bleed, definitely. It also kind of seems to be Falcons. Then there might actually still be a little bit more race for you to run going into Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
It really does seem that whenever the players putting the pressure on themselves is where they start to falter, but they come in with low expectations and no real set goals, no targets, we're just going to go out there, we're going to have fun, we're just going to do our thing. That's when they really start to come alive. We saw it in PGS 3 with Virtus Pro. That final game was unreal. There's potential for another Cinderella story like that yet to come, but there's still plenty of game time left to go before we can tell exactly whether or not there'll be a happy ending for Happy and the rest of Bleed.
Yeah, indeed. Well, have a look at this one from Falcons. This is about as far out of the zone for the rotation as you can get. They're going hard west, looking to go north, taking their time in this one. They know that they've still got a bit of work to do, right? 49 points, it's a comfortable enough position with 3 games to play, but if you miss out on points in this game, then it starts to get a little bit scary, and all that work that you've put in today could be for naught.
It's just so simple, really so easy for things to go wrong. There it is, the camp from Bleed Esports on Na'Vi, and in typical Na'Vi fashion, zero emotion shown one way or the other. They're just simply like, okay, well, I guess we're not playing this game anymore. Good luck, Fairist, you're on your own. Have fun.
New Happy and Day Trade jostling for position at the moment, and it's not exactly premium territory either. They have spotted one another. Now taking the first headshot.
Maybe it was lucky for him that Flash wasn't holding a Dragunov the way that he was. That might have been a one-tap had that been the case. Norins is up close and personal. Puchil's on an off angle, trying to take the peaks with the DMR, but December 12th,
the wiggle peaks.
Ran out of bullets. Oh, one more tap through the window might just have done it. Puchil's didn't look very happy with that, but December 12th can't get the spray either. The grenade goes towards the car. He saw him throw it. He's going to back out of there. And Puchil's just too separated from the rest of Day Trade again. Too happy you're going to back away and claim that point. Just could not get the tags he needed into that level 3 vest.
It's another nail in the coffin for Day Trade, isn't it? You know, we were talking about their day being pretty damn difficult so far. They're down to 3 players, 3 games remaining, 23 points. I'm not seeing a fairy tale finish for Day Trade, which is really sad to see. You know, again, both of us have obviously been pretty heavily invested in the APAC region over the years, and Day Trade at one point was the best representative from that region.
Yeah, I think there's a big elephant in the room whenever we talk about Day Trade and their performances, given the fact that Puchil's essentially announced his retirement and then unretired, but Day Trade have already signed a potential replacement in Tanadol, previously of Theraton 5, an insane Thailand-tiered fragger, one of the best in the APAC region for sure, so that could be a big turnaround in the future for them, but and they've got IGLing issues to try and deal with Puchil's having been so experienced in that position for so long. Not easy to replace. Bleed, once again, now trying to make a bit of a send forwards. Once again, may just get tangled up with Howl.
Yeah, it's interesting. Auckland's still outside of the zone at the moment, so he's kind of been left to his own devices while the other 3 drive into rocks on their way. And you can see that on the mini-map now. Auckland pretty far behind, but what a pull, what a shift. Goes hard up toward the north, over Observatory, and those Bleed players are going to have to keep on driving.
And look who's there to receive that phase 2 shift. Falcons all the way up north, having made the widest western wrap they possibly could. Nixie, though, is there and ready and prepared. A 17 Gaming come driving in towards his compound. He's got the MG3 on full auto, takes down 2 very quickly for free. And 17 Gaming's terrible Happy, no good day, just continues on. Happy gets taken down either.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of Happy, it maybe is unhappy at this point for Bleed, because that rotate is running into some problems. Xiaowu not actually managing to land any connections on the way past there either, but Bleed down a member, which is not good still. We do have some points on the board out of this round, and they're keeping us interested in, again, that sprint finish that we were talking about a little bit earlier on in the piece. Same can't necessarily be said for Virtus Pro, to be fair. I feel like they have actually quintessentially been the marathon runner, if we're going to continue to go with those analogies, because they haven't had massive games, they haven't had big spurts, but they have been plugging away, they've been doing the hard work, grinding it out, and yeah, they've had a couple of wins here and there. They haven't been super flashy,
but they've definitely done the job.
Yeah, color me surprised that the man who hit a personal best on his 10K jog this
5K,
morning.
5K.
5K.
Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
Well, if anyone was going to bring up the running references, it had to be you. Of course, Day Trader found a position towards the center of the zone. New Happy looking for their opportunity to do so, but they're slightly behind Howl. Anything that they do comes with a caveat of having to fight their way through it, just the way that December 12th had to fight his way through this possible off angle that really could have been a big danger for Puchil's, but spotting out the grenade being thrown as well. And Puchil's just not happy that he wasn't able to find that one headshot that could have turned it all around.
Yeah, Cerberus again also sort of slowed down today in comparison to some of the expectations. This game not looking super easy for them. It's a 1-for-1 trade between them and Gen G at the moment. Barpo on that rotate pass is going to be fine. Flood also chiming in with a bit of damage here. So there is a third party that is involved in the engagement. Tycon will not be surviving. Hisaki could be in a spot of bother as well, as Gen G have a couple of members pushing in his direction, and Ada is lurking around the side of that smoke. He sees him, senses him.
No.
But misses the shots.
The smoke obscuring the vision wasn't enough to prevent him from spotting the gun, but as soon as Hisaki gets active and makes a move at the perfect time, it's just enough to make him miss those shots. He gives away the flank, and now he's well aware of the danger that lurks alongside him. Himas, though, nowhere really to be found to provide any support. He's off on the opposite side of Sololzi. So Gen G might just have enough for what it takes to take down Cerberus.
Hisaki could still come up with a big play. Going to flash himself for a second there, but Gen G will not be stalled. Hisaki gets the first. What is this? That
out of nowhere
is something else. I've not seen that every day of the week, but Gen G will be happy with the result either way. And Himas on the way out as the Lone Ranger now for Cerberus.
I can't blame anyone for knowing they're taking a fight against Cerberus and they're both in 2 versus 1 splits and thinking, I actually don't like this.
Yep.
Let's make it a 3 versus 1. Hisaki gets the first down. Himas does take the opportunity to just fade into the darkness of the night, and he's just going to have to try and find somewhere to lie down and survive for the rest of the game, as now Virtus Pro and Bleed Esports have ran into one another on the far edge. Trick using that jammer pack to avoid damage in the shack, but he's going to have to reposition straight into Nixie with the MG3. A quick peek over the top, and Trick will fall. He has a gas can ready to throw at him. That's just toxic.
And be finished off pretty quickly as well. So another point in the back pocket for Virtus Pro as they continue this sweep through the eastern side of the map.
MG3 and an MK14 is just unfair.
Based.
Truly. Give that man more 7s. He's going to run out quick.
Speaking of 7s, we have 17 on our screen, and they are just having a pretty disastrous day. Came in at 17 points. They're only at 20 now into Game 4. They've picked up 3 so far. Their run in PGS 4 looks like it'll be coming to an end today as well, perhaps alongside Armory Gaming. Neither of those teams have really done enough to get us excited today. Xiaowu Didi down at the hands of Flood.
Yeah, up above, on top of the observatory. Really apt, fitting name as he observes all that's going on around and puts tags into the side. Relo comes around, Panzerfaust in hand. He should know the approximate position of Sho, but he's looking for the timing. Turns around to dodge the flash, and Sho can do nothing but sit and watch as the rest of the game plays out. He got bombarded out of the lobby.
You love to see it. Love to see it. And Falcons are going to love to see it again, because this is now the 3rd game in a row where they've put themselves in a position they could potentially win from. Sure, it might end up being 3 seconds in a row, but I think in the position that they're in, you'll take 3 seconds in a row as long as it gets you over the line into the top 16, where they are currently sitting.
Yep. And having done so, having picked up those 2 kills, they've overtaken Twisted Minds. The remaining team from the PGS 3 top 3 now also joining Sonics outside of the top 16 for the time being. Danger zone for Twisted Minds, and if it remains this way, if they're able to not get anything from this game, Miramar could be very, very dangerous for them.
Well, Fairest from Na'Vi doesn't have too many options. He's hard down south. Could barely even see him on the map stream.
I love it.
You know, you got to do what you got to do at some point, right?
It's been full shams for Na'Vi. The whole team is dead, and he's still doing Fairest things, lurking around in the glider, giving that information for himself for no real reason. Nixie now with a 3rd with the MG3. Why not? up close and personal deals with Bleed Esports. They're going to be out in 19th on 45 points, but Virtus.pro, their hardships are not quite done yet, as New Happy just lurking on the hill to the north and the east. But Quizzy has information. He's spotted 3 players pushing forwards. They'll be ready to receive.
Quizzy waiting for the perfect time to strike. Has to make it happen. He's in the blue at the moment, so he's not exactly in the right spot to make it work long term, but he gets dropped by Ming Ming. It was a 1-for-1 in the end, but VP are starting to work their way back into the fight. December 12th and Ming Ming to try to save the day for New Happy. Flash will go out. Bees are fine at the moment. Nixie has a good angle. He talked about him a little bit earlier on. He's still kicking, still fighting. VP look like they'll get through this one against New Happy pretty cleanly, but I hold my thoughts for a second. I might have spoken too soon. The res came through. Ming Ming is a one-man army at the moment.
Yeah, it was looking like the coordination might have just been on point. Quizzy sacrificed his life for the cause, but the rest of the team of VP pushed forwards in time to capitalize. But Ming Ming, he's a difficult man to take down. He was the last man standing. He's grabbed the revive, and now he's going to try to take the 1-versus-1 against Ibi. Headshot quickly and forced to fall back. Anan gets taken down on the flank of Lukarux, and Ming once again is the last man standing for New Happy.
They didn't. And it's going to land easy as you like. VP do manage to get the fight victory. Nixie might not be resable though, because E Arena are hot and ready on the way. They are heading in the direction of VP, where they've heard all of those shots. Jacob might have taken a little bit too much interest. And so straight away we're back to 3-on-3. If he's on the side, on the flank, he'll be dropped after getting 1. And E Arena, with the sheer weight of numbers, get through that, because there was almost a world where VP looked like they could win that fight.
I'll tell you what, if it was Nixie in that position with the MG3, the ability to spray down those vehicles with the extra bullets, it might just have been enough to completely deny E Arena. Bit of a replay from Falcons as Relo gets the better of Show. Oh, did not look happy whatsoever. It has been a painful weekend for 17 Gaming, that is for sure. But the Falcons coming out as the beneficiaries once again of some favorable zones in their favor, and this time they're really making the impact felt.
Genji also plugging away today. Doing a pretty decent job for themselves of at least, if not having an amazing day, having a day. That's really what they needed.
Getting something.
I mean, I think actually now that, again, we're looking in that kill feed and seeing Flood, Falcons are kind of putting together an amazing day, right? We're plus 30 points on what they kind of came in with, roughly. And there's still a few games to go. So this is potential to be a really big day from Falcons, which is exactly what they needed. Himas, star of the show, generally speaking. Last man standing for Cerberus. No points really required for Cerberus, but certainly some fantasy points fans will be hoping to see Himas continue what he's up to.
Day Trade make an entrance late towards the northeast. Gustav with the ace in hand gets some tags down onto Flash, but not enough to secure the opening knock that would have been required. Norins is there now in support. Not sure whether they have that information. It doesn't matter. Gustav over the top. A quick headshot. It's the tags from Observatory once again, looking to third party, but it's not enough to stop him. He's taking down Flash as well. And Belmont is the last one standing, pinned down by Fex, and E Arena are sending it towards this as well.
They love it. They are the third-party kings in this game of Vikendi. Zizi has got full information. It should be an easy cleanup here for E Arena onto Belmoth, and maybe even then the 2 remaining FaZe members as well. That said, Belmoth has got the knock onto Jacob. Tigger down low. The push is coming through. Oh, dearie me. This might actually be E Arena to lose a couple of members. FaZe steal that opportunity away from Day Trade, though. And some all-important points left on the table from Day Trade. I have to say, I think their run might be coming to an end as well. 23 with 2 to play is not looking good.
No, not at all. Belmoth, seconds, milliseconds even, away from getting that secondary knock that, heck, you would have gone down either way, but maybe FaZe would have then felt confident enough to sweep forwards and try and clean up E Arena as well. But for now, they'll settle for forcing them back. Jacob will be revived and continue on into the game. E Arena continue as 4 as KDF make a breach directly into the center of Howl's position on the far western side of Observatory, almost costing Bean, but he will get a chance to heal and try and take the fight into the center of Observatory, where it seems the zone is just constantly going to keep shifting.
Yeah, Gustav and Corexi, they're still hunting. These two, they know they're a duo, but they've got the chops. That's a very nice spray from Corexi, and it's the end of Lyric's E-Arena. They took one too many fights, you know? Sometimes it do be like that. You're feeling it, but you just bite off a little bit more than you can chew.
Twisted Minds, 0 points this game. Batulins with an MG3 in hand has to try and do something to turn that around because they're still not safe. They're not within the top 16. And Miramar could get very, very tense for them if they enter that battleground in 17th place.
Yeah, I mean, geez, surely not. Twisted Minds missing out on the final lobby.
People said the same about Sonics, man.
That's true. Megvalos clipped out of the vehicle. Barpo looking for the kill. It'll go the way of Rex. Easy peasy. And VLTH definitely suffering the free kill for example.
I knew there was a player somewhere around there. I don't think he knew that he was already knocked, but Example will be more than happy to claim that. Oh, the Molotov going to fall a little short, but the opening grenade did a good chunk of damage, just not quite enough to get through the folded shield and take Example down with it.
I don't know how Example's going to get out of this one. Maybe in a coffin is the answer. There's just really nowhere to go for that. And Latte on the other side would have potentially been another angle that Example had to worry about, if not that it was being covered off by Gen G. Here's the situation from the aerial view. Again, Falcons in a pretty good position. So too KDF. 2 games in a row for KDF and for Falcons. They are really making a run in for the top 16 that may well pay off for them today.
That's the big problem, right? Twisted Minds, they've got a couple of points on the board. They're up into the top 16, but it's all the teams that desperately needed to not get points for those that are trying to hold on to the bottom that are doing so. KDF have an opportunity as Wally Tai removed from the game as Himas puts that AWM to use. You can never count this man out, but from this position, I don't think he's going to win the game, but he can sure as hell do some damage.
He's not going to win the game, but yeah, Himas getting a point for Cerberus is still good news. Have a look at this from Falcons, though. They just have all the info, all the angles.
No surprise we've been seeing Flood in the kill feed for as long as we have.
Yep.
This is just like Batulin's rock on old school Miramar level of information.
The only thing is maybe just starting to run a little bit low on ammo. But seems like a bit of a suffering from success type situation.
Yeah, it could certainly be
8
worse.
kills. Is this the elusive dub that the Falcons have been looking for?
Even if it isn't, again, they'll be more than happy with what they've done so far. Then now they have a buffer between themselves and the bottom 16. If teams are to get overtaken, it won't be them first out of the equation. And from this position, you'd expect that gap to increase. It's not that far to go before they catch up to the likes of Gen G, Howl, and Na'Vi as well. So it could easily be enough, just this game alone.
Bartulins, not the easiest of characters to spot with the ghillie suit on. Using the camo as best he can. Guangdong Freaks be looking for another big game here today. In the similar vein as what Falcons have been able to do, they kind of now need one more good game too. Falcons have had their 2, this is their 3rd. KDF have had 1. If they could have 2, might just be enough.
Look at that. Climbing on top of the roofs to loot these crates under Falcons up above. They have like vision over all of this. They're just not looking this direction. That is bold. Very bold from Gumin, but hey man, the loot is worth risking the life for at this point.
Phase 6 closing in. And we go back to Falcons, perched on the highest of highs. If they've gone through the lowest of lows, it's only fair, I think, that they do come into today and get to experience the highest of highs. Because who knows, if they make it to the final 16, anything can happen. Sometimes that's all you need, just to make it. And then all you need is 3 big days of competition, and there's still a world where Falcons could walk away as the winners of PGS 4.
Yeah. They're going to stay up top as long as they possibly can and tag these shots down at everything in sight, and then eventually they are going to hop down off the sides. They've got no choice, but hey, they can still parachute down and land on the roof of the warehouse and continue this run of high ground oppression of everyone else in the lobby. Gen G are going to be the first to have to try and deal with it some way, shape, or form, but if they go the wrong direction, Batulins is there waiting with an MG3 in hand, and Jacob is priming some grenades.
Gen G on their way in. Jacob is in trouble. He'll try and do as much damage as he can before he goes down. The car goes flying, and somehow it's a moving shield for Jacob that gives him enough time to get one knock at it as well. Going to be falling to Mime, who's in there to steal the kills away.
Tosi was tagged down low enough that impacting the car that Jacob was hiding behind, trying to get him to run himself over, was what took him down. And for both of those kills, it's Falcons that pick up the point. They're up to 10 now.
Doesn't seem like they're going to be slowing down either. I mean, even if you do get a knock onto one of those players, there's just no world where you get the finish. At this point in time, it is Falcons' game to lose.
All the attention of the solos is onto the side of the zone where KDF is lurking. Batulins, he's got a Grozer in hand now, likely still has the MG3 as well. They're getting tagged down, and Ruin is there to answer, open the door onto KDF, straight back down to the lobby, and grenades coming in from Batulins as well.
Yeah, Blue Zone nade, it's going to be a little bit too much. And Hal will be eliminated in 6th place. It is KDF to survive for a moment longer, but Hal, oh, what? He's levitating.
What you got to do to try and survive, I guess. Batulins.
Mans is doing a magic trick in the middle of a PUBG game. That is skill.
He's dropped the MG3 and picked up a Grozer and an AWM. Batulins has anything he could possibly hope for, apart from teammates and grenades. A Salute desperately trying to find some way forward, but it's just adding more solos to the pile that Falcons are going to have to deal with when they eventually make their drop down off this roof.
It's a case of the Prince and the Paupers at this point in time for the Falcons, isn't it, really? There's 4 of them. They're going to go through and just basically cyberbully all of these guys, although we are on land, so maybe it's just bullying at this point. Unreal.
The warehouse maybe just a little bit too far away for Falcons to get on top of the roof, so they are going to have to get down onto everyone else's level and take this fight from an honest position, although Relo has found his way on top of the warehouse, still having angles up towards Tosi. But the solos are all lurking down below. This is going to be a very, very slow end game with Falcons not wanting to step on any snakes, but they're going to step on the roof as Himas. There's very little he can do from this position.
Yeah, but he can hide. He can try to play for a second. Twisted Minds are doing the same. I saw Batulins. He was looking pretty happy in his player cam just 10 seconds ago.
Yep.
Gen G, I mean, you would say are the quote-unquote biggest threat to Falcons, that given the fact that there's 2 of them and the shots are looking pretty good, but with the blue pushing at their back, they're really not going to be able to do too much more of this.
I think one of the biggest threats the Falcons are going to have is the zone. Phase 8 has come into effect, and the dot, the dead center of it, will be just outside their compound. Big knock from long range from Tosi, but Flood cleaning up Batulins. That is a big, big threat dealt with at the expense of just a single grenade and nothing else. Himas, though, has 5 grenades all to himself. So if Falcons, if they are eventually forced to group up on the edge of that roof, they could be in for an absolute bombardment.
Yeah, Rex is going to start chucking some of those nades of his own up top. Decent damage onto Flood with that one. He's got to be so careful, though, working his way into this window. Mime looking for a target. Will connect, but only for 12 damage. The nade goes through as well. It's going to force Himas out. Surely has to. No, he survives. 86 damage nade. There's just no world. 1 HP. Can it be the 1 HP wonder for Himas? He is dodging, ducking, diving, weaving, whatever it is.
Dodging, ducking, diving, dead.
Dead.
Unfortunately, he had to run back in on a single hit point. Wasn't enough. Rex with a FAMAS. We'll get 1, we'll get 2.
Don't.
Falcons, please do not do it again. Rex, what is happening? The FAMAS is going insane.
Do not do it again. Not another second for Falcons. It would be the 2nd place curse. It's on to Relo. He was their best player yesterday, and he's going to have to do it again today. Rex won't hold on long enough, and Falcons will finally claim their win after so much work today, but it was by the barest of margins.
Well, 3rd time is the charm. 4th time to try and take the 1 versus 1 against Rex with the FAMAS. Eventually gets it done. He was not expecting the reposition after the unfortunate self-flashbang just cut all of his audio cues.
Yep.
But what an attempt from Rex. That was so close to a hero play, but not to be. Falcons will not be denied for a 3rd time.
Yeah, you don't see it every day, but that was a good attempt. I'll give him that. Still, at the end of the day, look, Falcons second, first. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. They will be happy with the day's play. There's no doubt about that. And that almost assuredly puts them now into the top 16. So they'll be back on Friday but they've still got 2 more games to play. So, got to get into those. But first, Analyst Desk.
Well, Falcons finally do it. Maybe PUBG will stop sending them circles for the last 2 games, but good for them. You know, yesterday it seemed like they were knocked, but they got the res. They are back up in fighting form, and it's good to see.
Rello just dragging them across the finish line there at the end. That was dangerous. I mean, they also did have a Moss that was down below him who, surprise, surprise, managed to survive for forever somehow.
There's a certain amount of poetic in me that would have loved to have seen that be another second place on that push. But I do like the way they played it. Honestly, though, I think one of the big things that might come into play, too, is Gen.G wasn't able to secure those kill points because of how quickly Rello was able to wrap around and get those kills. So that might, we'll see how that affects Gen.G as the games go forward. Falcons, though, starting today, there were giant question marks. I can tell you this just straight up across the board, among the analysts, among everyone here. Do they get out of this? Do they recover? Because they have just, looks like they've been struggling so much. It's like a totally different team today.
But, I mean, we have been seeing, like, the flashes of inspiration coming out.
And circles.
And the circles, yes, the circles have been very plentiful for them. As I would say, I don't know, whatever RNG god that they decided to pray to, it has definitely paid off for them. But, again, they've also been very proactive for the most part, even navigating the top part of those, like, I guess those buildings on the outskirts of the compound. I really enjoyed what we were seeing come out of it.
Yeah.
That last push onto Rex, though, was a bit messy, let's be honest.
Rex did amazing. I mean, the fight with Himas and the grenades from Mime, I loved seeing the way they sort of pushed him and moved him around. That was a great fight to watch. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Toffees. This is Match'em, and we're talking about that last game on Vikendi. It was an exciting one. Falcons come out with the win, but I mean, it was all kinds of fun stuff. We put Batulin with his, he had a green ghillie and an MG, then he switched to a white ghillie and a Groza, because options, right? And he's in all this time getting the right loadout, and then a little grenade lands next to him, and that's the end of it.
There was a lot of solo potential inside of that, and a lot of solo influence that was happening in that game. We were talking about just a second ago what was going on with Himas. You can see Falcon's going to be walking away with 2,857 damage, 14 kills. So see, not just hanging out up there getting circles, at least getting some damage out.
And Gen.G's going to walk away with 7 kills on the back of that one. Twisted Minds VP looking good. Twisted Minds also going to be pretty happy to come away with those placement points as well.
And whenever you're looking at Twisted Minds numbers, remember they were a solo for a pretty decent chunk there.
Yeah.
So it's hard to compare.
You know, Gen.G did what they could from the distance. It was a good spot for the Falcons. They played it very, very well. Let's take a look at the WWCD team stats. It's nice seeing Flu DD coming out with those 6 kills and 953 damage. Well played, Flood.
I love Flood. Flood is just such a fun player, one to just talk to and interact with. But whenever he has his big moments, he's also always so humble about it. Good to see him coming in, getting a good performance out of this one. Damage taken pretty high. I guess he was the heavy peaker inside this one.
It was that roof, because every time they tried to look around, Gen.G was just tagging them up. But they always had someone there for the res. They played that very, very well. The man of the match is going to be the living legend, Flood. Comes out and makes a great game. But, Mime, I think, also puts up some big numbers there. We saw sort of the way that he handled. Himas was really, really clean. And I think, honestly, though, that Himas almost dodged that grenade and got back inside to heal. I thought for a second the legend that is he would survive.
I love the fact that he baited out after the nade came through. Knew the fact that somebody was going to counter move around him and then tried to make the run back in. That's just such a heady play.
Absolutely. 24 points go the way of the Falcons. Gen.G walks away with 13, VP 10, Twisted 8, and on down from there. In just a second, we're going to get to that total leaderboard where I think the story is mostly unfolding at this point. I think we're gonna be pretty close to knowing who the Big 16 is.
We've got a couple of potentials looking in this last game or two where how things can shift around, but really it's going to come down to what's going to be going on with Bleed at the time. Do they manage to make some big movements out of all of this? Because we're looking at this all together. It's pretty cemented into this area. 64, as you can see, is going to be our cut for 12, but 16 is the real area that matters.
TSM, I think, pretty comfortably going to be at least second place in terms of how the overall leaderboard. Cerberus, I think they like being number 1, so I look for a big push from them at the end of the day here. They should be able to pick up 10 points. That said, TSM doing better this time than last time and looking great as they go into the grand finals in a couple of days' time. But the next shift of this leaderboard is what I care the most about.
I was kind of shocked about New Happy not netting too many points out of all of this today, but looking through, now what are we looking at? GNL, the cutoff, 54, D plus Kia, and Sonic's going to be back behind them, but Bleed is going to be the new contender to see if they can manage to make their way up, and the Freaks.
So D plus Kia, sorry, they're done. They are dusted. And now it is GNL, as you said. Bleed off the back of that last game, and Freaks on a big race to close this down. That also means FaZe and Twisted Minds, though, need to clean up their game just a little bit. They can't have two bad games in a row, because if Bleed or Freaks does decide to go off and get one of those 20-point games in the next two, that could shake it up. So keep an eye on that as we move into our next match. Twisted Minds, FaZe, can they keep pushing forward? Because GNL, the chase is on, and I do believe that Bleed, Freaks, maybe both, have the ability to get that 10 points.
It's just 5 points per game average. It's not like you have to do some big, massive thing. This is just okay, let's not make any really dumb decisions at the beginning. Let's see if we can pick up a couple of kills, get some placement.
You don't have to hit the hole in one. You just can't drop the ball, right? And so that's what I think these teams do. And that's why I think FaZe and Twisted Minds do have to also be aware of that. But those are two teams with pedigrees that know how to sort of manage the end game, so I'm not too worried about that.
Yeah. This is an opportunity for both those squads, and I would say that whenever we're looking at the Freaks as well, that's a squad that I know that a lot of eyes are being drawn to and really want to see some more come out.
Well, we're going to see some more in just a few minutes. We're going to wrap up in the grassy pastures of Erangel after this. Don't go anywhere.
Да не, они выйдут завтра, они будут играть в финале.
A brand new win streak challenge, a zippy new travel tool for Rondo, and a nostalgic trip back to
Ну
an
и
old
тут и
classic.
будут играть.
All this and more as we dive
И
into
все равно
the
там
update
топ-16
29.2
выходит.
patch
Соники
report.
не вышли 17-ми.
Been a while since I said
Уже
that.
две карты. 17-й
First
ничего
up,
не
we're
сделают.
taking a trip back to a fan favorite time. That's right, we're going home. Go Classic will feature an earlier version of the map, with a few modern tweaks for convenience. We've reduced recoil, added the starting island and bench weapons back in, randomized vehicle locations, threw some clothes on the ground, and even turned back the clock on the UI. This isn't a one-to-one original, but we hope it'll capture the fun and feel of those early PUBG days.
В России
Go
101
Classic will
пинг,
be
блядь.
around for 2 weeks, from May 14th to 28th on PC, and May 23rd to June 6th on console. Check out the patch notes for full details on all the throwbacks. Next up, the Win Streak Showdown is a new way to challenge yourself against other pre-made teams. Battle for new objectives and track your score while trying to rack up back-to-back chicken dinners. It's a brand new way to push yourself to the limit while earning great rewards. If that wasn't enough, we've also got a brand new tool to help you navigate Rondo. The dynamic new zipline gun lets you deploy a cable to desired locations and zip across. This changes map navigation in a big way, and we know you're going to get creative, so we're looking forward to seeing what you do with it. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass, updates to Team Deathmatch, bug fixes, performance improvements, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 29.2 is here, so rack up that win streak, grab the new tool, and zipline back to the past. Because we're going home. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. Nostalgia.
Alright, let's go.
Let's go, baby!
One on yellow, Purdy.
Yeah, I gotta heal.
Two left of you on yellow. Here.
Just slow down. They don't know. Just slow down.
Yeah.
It's fighting dying AG. I'm pretty sure.
不过了，他2个人，
我正面有一个，
他走了2个，
他出去了。
他手里有一个，屁股后面丢子弹，给我丢那马不赢。这个战手有一个，去围墙近点，打呀！哎，我两枪没枪的，没枪的，别抓，还是干嘛？没枪我脸上来了，倒了，你没枪倒了，还有一个2群子弹给我，好。还有，9点给经理，给经理，来，看到。今天晚上9点给定位啊！
Your money, just give me respect. Told you before that you know I'm a threat. I ain't letting up, I got my foot on their neck. Yeah, in other words, you know that we about to kill it. I ain't for the talking, I said it, you know I did it. I'm putting on the show, the world is about to feel it. I know they're getting scared when I tell them that. We outside. Yeah, we outside. Yeah, we out. Looking at the view from the top. Get into the bed, don't stop. Get into the bed, don't stop. Better catch up, cause we outside.
Welcome back on in. It is the last 2 games of the day for PGS4 group stages, and we're about to head into Miramar, where we hear there might be some shenanigans afoot. Let's have a wait and see before we get there. But Falcons, the team on your screen, they've had a phenomenal day. If I was crunching the numbers, which I'm not, I'd say they're having the best day out of anyone so far today. So that may be an incorrect statement, but certainly the eye test or the circle chest is looking pretty good for Falcons. We'll just say that much.
Yep.
On the other side of the coin, I think the 2 teams that we really have to keep our eyes on these final 2 games are KDF and Bleed. Both those teams have had decent days so far. Right. They haven't done enough to get into the top 16, but they're definitely in striking distance with 2 games to go. And there's a couple of teams that are ready to cede their position to those 2 teams if they do well.
Well, we asked the question about Twisted Minds and what their position would look like coming into Miramar and whether or not they would be struggling or under pressure in the final couple of games. But Tulin's solo heroics has done enough for them to overtake all of the teams from Group B that were on that precipice, on that cutoff point. So they are relatively safe. The only potential issue is if both Bleed and KDF overtake them, and then GNL is right now the team on the cutoff point, and they're likely the only team to come under pressure in terms of the teams looking to overtake them. But KDF themselves might be under pressure from the get-go in game number 5 today.
Right, 54 points is where GNL is at right now, so the cutoff will be 55 if somebody is able to overtake that. And that's relatively close to where we were thinking it was going to be. But 2 games to go, and in about an hour and a half, we're going to know which 16 teams are going through to Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Let's jump onto Miramar for our last 2 games of the group stage.
I don't believe that anyone would have expected Twisted Minds to leave it quite this late, especially after their performance in the early stages at PGS 3, but they likely have done enough, unless both Bleed Esports and KDF can do the unthinkable and dislodge them from their spot in the grand finals. But first of all, they've got to defend their own spots, as our flight path gives us a relatively even spread across the map. But unfortunately, Minis Generalis is along that flight path, and it seems as though Falcons might have some ideas in mind about taking that away from them.
That's the conversation that's been happening in the background, the shenanigans that I am referring to. As of yet, we have to wait and see who's going to be dropping at what times. Falcons still in the plane.
They're all still in.
But they've jumped out. Are they headed in the direction of Minas? It looks like they might be.
It almost looked like
They've
Falcons.
swapped? Have they swapped?
It almost looked like they were both kind of delaying the drops, expecting the hot drop to occur, and then they were kind of playing a bit of a game of chicken. Flood's chasing them down, but Na'Vi may be entering the mix. Elsewhere on the map, it's looking like Virtus Pro may be contesting for vehicles with Day Trade, or at least getting tangled in towards the center. But oh boy, Kantara, yep, New Happy and Howl once again straight in with the scrap.
Howl just cannot catch a break, can they? It's pretty much every game so far today they've had someone dropping on or near them. This is more so the near variety. Longsker, yeah, maybe not the cleanest of drops from him. Could be actually picked off if someone had a gun and an angle, but looks like nobody has said angle. He'll be okay for the moment to jump into the building and grab some guns. The rest of Howl going to be looting their way up as well. KDF ended up in El Azahar. No exchange between them and Falcons, though.
Yeah.
Falcons get Minas.
I wonder actually what the communications were like for KDF, waiting and delaying their drop out of the plane and essentially swapping places with the Falcons. If you understand Korean, you can go back and check on the YouTube feeds that we have available on PUBG Esports. Just rewind about a minute or two and see what was going through their heads at that moment. Plus, there's 5 other teams for you to check out, and you can also retroactively go back and check every day that we've had so far and in the grand finals as well. So keep that in mind. Howl got the vehicle on the hot drop, and New Happy unfortunately got nothing but shotguns, which usually is a good thing on a hot drop. But Howl spread themselves out quite wide, and then they have to make the push up on foot into this compound, but thankfully do so. And New Happy now get a bit of a chance to get some loot under their hands.
All eyes on the prize for these final couple of games for KDF. And they recognize, you know, what they need to do in this game. They cannot be affording to take these early fights, these sort of risky 50-50 type fights. So they're going to give up their drop location. That's fair enough. But they've also got to convert. Right, we're talking 12, 15 points maybe to be enough to get them into the final 16. Off of 2 games, it's definitely achievable, but the job will get a bit more difficult if Bleeders also being able to put some work in. Tense times for those 2 teams, definitely. Day Trade, AG, 17, I'm afraid I might be striking a line through those 3 teams unless you drop a 20-kill win, something like that, then you're back in the running, but that's asking a lot of the teams that have really struggled to get anything done over what has now been 10 games.
The way that we're really setting up, it's going to be a higher cutoff point than we had at PGS 3, for sure. That was 54 points was the qualifying team, the team below on 51. Right now, GNL is on 54 in 16th place with teams looking to chase them. So it really does mean that the bar is set extremely high for any of those teams looking to chase. But Puchils is creeping his way forwards, doing his best Himas impression. Just solo making his way towards teams in the compound, but looks like Genji are searching for him. If anything, they've spotted him out. And a headshot lands. Puchils. This is so familiar to his fate on Vikendi as Ada picks him off from range. And just wasn't able to disappear into the night quickly enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's just never going to work, unfortunately, against a team that's got the info or is, you know, feeling the 6th sense. Flash was also knocked and finished off by Shu as well, so it's just gone from bad to worse from Day Trade. I mean, yeah, what can you say? The bigger they are, the harder they fall. And it has been quite a fall from grace for Day Trade.
Definitely a couple of weeks to forget for them. Fortunately, Howl managed to chase up behind New Happy. Ruin goes prone, lands the spray onto Nan from range, but he forgot to check his back. Longsker, he's found himself a scar. And he gets not only the knock, but the confirm, the flush onto Ruin as well. That'll buy the time for New Happy to get the revive. Howl really tried to chase them down for the audacity of contesting for this spot. Clearly a contest with the grand finals in mind. Both teams comfortably secured in their own positions. It looks like this fight ain't just going to end in Cantera, where the drop originally occurred.
Just want to highlight what a crazy day this has been for Falcons. You can see them sitting 5th overall. They were 14th yesterday in their group, and they only got 21 points total. So they've had 52 today with a chance to put a bunch more on offer.
That's with 4 games played as well.
Yeah, like it's been nuts from Falcons. Just what they needed. Been a good little resurgence from a few of the teams that were quite low on the scoreboard.
Well, the Mad gets caught out as he's trying to make his move. Ming got up to the roof, and it's pretty much impossible to push from that position. No scope whatsoever, but still good enough eyesight from Ming to spot Code Marco taking a peek through the little pixel windows, but he's just going to have to fall back, get out of the position, just gives up on the fight. Or maybe it's just a bait to try and force New Happy over to try and secure the flush onto the Mad, as Kepper is still lurking nearby, trying to keep quiet for now.
Yeah, it's looking like wishful thinking, to be honest, for Hal. Kepper on the exit, and the Mad will be finished off. So first kill or two going the way of New Happy.
Hold on. If you don't have it open, open the map stream this instant. Because all the way over on the eastern coast, Falcons are setting up a gatekeep on the coastal rotation out of El Azahar for KDF. But little do they know, KDF are long gone. Long gone. But Bleed, they picked up a win earlier on today. Let's hear from them.
Seymour 5G from Bleed here. Well, last match was your first chicken dinner in the championship. Well, what would you like to say to your fans who have been supporting you?
Oke, Cimoy, apa yang mau kamu katakan ke fans kamu? Ini chicken dinner kamu yang pertama di turnamen dunia.
Untuk yang udah dukung kita, terima kasih banyak. Kita kedepannya akan lebih baik lagi dan akan berusaha untuk masuk ke final. Dukung kita terus.
Okay, thank you for our fans supporting us. We will do our best for next game, and we will make sure we will make it to grand final. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We look forward to your good performance for next match. Thank you so much.
Well, we hope that that is going to be the case for Bleed. And look, they're kind of on the precipice of making it to that grand final, but still a bit of work to be done for them. Here's KDF, as you've mentioned, well and truly unscathed after having made their rotation out of El Azahar, and Falcons have no idea still.
Yeah, they're still to the north side of Impala waiting for KDF to come out of El Azahar, but they're already about 5 kilometers past that. But the problem is, so is Na'Vi, right next to them, right on top of them, hearing the rotations, but not quite in a position to fully gatekeep them regardless. So KDF will just about slip away from their fingertips and get a position in the zone, while Bleed Esports, they're already in it over towards the western side, just south of Monte Nuevo. Those are the teams we need to keep our eye on, and GNL will be watching closely and hoping that any of these traps that are set to be sprung by a team like Falcons come to fruition.
Yeah, I wonder how long Falcons is going to keep this up for, but anyway, that'll be something that we check in again on a little bit later. There's a few other teams that we need to focus on for the moment. Walitai Esports, they had a pretty good couple of days, haven't they? They have been very solid across the board and well deserving of making it into that final 16. They're the kind of team that's, you know, not super flashy, but they're always chipping away.
It's definitely a team that I personally did not expect to see make the grand finals twice. I mean, looking at Latte as an example, it's not too long ago that he was playing in Academy for one of the teams in Thailand, of a Made in Thailand Academies team, and moved up to the main roster, moved over to Walitai, and it's just been a massively successful move. A lot of credit to their IGL of Uniques. They push their way forwards onto the second grand final in as many tournaments. Looks as though Falcons have given up on the gatekeep. And elsewhere on the map, Bleed Esports now springing into action. Well, we did him dirty there. We name-dropped Uniques, we gave him praise, and this was always going to happen. Bleed Esports, though, picking up potentially an all-important point. Maybe one more as they attempt to make the push into the top 16.
There's the knock on to Latte, and Kiss, his position has been heard as well. The shots will go in his direction shortly if he's not going to get the heck out of there, and that is obviously what's on offer. Jump straight in the pickup and is on the way. 2 points for Bleed. 47 now as they creep closer and closer to the cutoff.
Emergency parachute on the way for New Happy. Hoping that that comes in pretty soon, otherwise Falcons might see that in the sky and get there in time to drop a grenade or two. But KDF, they have really much freedom of coming up from the south side ahead of them. They're not going to go all the way into Chumacera, but they will chase Ketpa away from the position. They will be more than happy just to sit back and go into the fortress. If this shifts to the eastern side of Chumacera, that's a pretty much unbreachable position for Howl, so they're not opposed to all sitting as 4 in that position.
Arena quite close by with Genji as well. Look like they're going to give that space. And look how close they were. Falcons, they're going to get to fire a couple of shots off, but those are certainly not easy shots to be hitting. There was a couple of seconds in it though, wasn't there? Falcons were a slight bit faster. That really could have been bad news for New Happy.
Просто попущенец ебаный.
Expected a 4-man team to come in that late behind them, but could have really been a disaster. This could be a disaster for Armory Gaming, just to add to their collection. James taken down as Quizzy with the M249 will land the shots. Can't land anything with the Mini though. Will turn over just to secure the flush onto James. Has to fall back from the angle though. Example from long range. Just putting a couple tags towards him.
Yeah, can't cop a break really, can they? That's unfortunate. But 21 points to make it into the top 16. It's pretty wishful thinking at this point in time anyway, so maybe it doesn't really matter. Twisted Minds are on the precipice. They need to keep having solid performances. Ming cops a headshot on the way down to the ground. Will survive.
Plenty of free space within Chumacera itself. It was one of the areas that observers highlighted that KDF might have opted to make a push in towards, but they've opted for a safer position with perhaps a little bit more longevity should the zone give them the opportunity to take it. The high ground up towards the south side of Chumacera is entirely open, and Bleed Esports will be able to see that spot from the emergency parachute. They're heading vaguely in that direction, but they're going towards the cliffs, which, ironically enough, is overlooking the position of KDF. The two teams who desperately need points might just end up closer to each other than they'd hoped.
Not a bad landing for Bleed, although Happy is looking...
Бля, если бы я так умел играть, как они сейчас играют, эти всякие бронзы хуёнзы, ёб твою мать, я бы уже на турнике без спортсменом был.
Downtown. We might get a replay of that one at some point if it was a good shot.
Ну, чмо ёбаное с вектором.
And it's important for Bleed to keep all four members up here because this is a very big game for them. 2 to go. The penultimate match that they're going to get to play potentially in the event. Fairest right on top of Mime, and that is not where you want to be. Clean shots out the window. Falcons get themselves another point. And even though they're pretty much the last team into the zone, they are getting into the thick of things early.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the unintentional benefit of Falcons attempting and failing to make the play on towards KDF is the fact that all the teams that play super slow very late on the edge, they don't expect to have a team
Прикинь, в золоте, сука, бронза у него бегает. У него бегает бронза, блядь, стреляет нахуй. Разъебывает просто в одну калитку, нахуй. Эта хуйня в золоте сидит за деревом, блядь, прячется в углу.
Of Chumacera, it is an absolute mess within the city itself. Way too many teams to get out of there, and now E-Arena are taking an emergency parachute right over it all, but there is free space, dead center of the zone between the VP split.
Yeah, a lot of points of contention at the moment around the map.
Are they going to see them regroup from church? That's a much better option.
Arena on their way to the ground. Ooh, they might lose Jacob here. The shot's coming through for the flush, and it will go the way of New Happy.
Ну, конечно.
Arena.
Конечно, ты ж просто развернешься и дашь мне въебало.
If they are recognizing who is in the compound.
Не, невозможно не гореть, Вань. Думал сегодня для себя челлендж сделать. Не.
Keeping an eye on it at least.
Не.
It's not too bad.
Нет, третий я тут с вами точно
pretty much
играть не
secure
буду.
by the time they started off today, but yeah, it really hasn't been as good of a performance from them as we've gotten almost accustomed to seeing over the past few weeks. Mime pushing forward aggressively as he wants to do, but Diffix is ready for it. He knew that the pressure was coming from the eastern side after the loss of his IGL. He's ready to take the fight up against Flood as well. Hakatori on his way over to support, but an exchange of grenades to try and secure the flush on Mime first.
Right over the top, it's a good one. Very good one indeed. It actually drops Snakers down low as well. There's some coming back in response, but Snakers is going to eat that for breakfast. It's a bit too late for breakfast though, isn't it? I guess it's like evening tea. What do you call that?
It depends where you are in the world. I suppose in his hometown, it would be a perfect time for breakfast.
Possibly.
Just going to have to dip out of there this time. Might have overstepped very slightly by taking the push up towards Na'Vi on the hilltop. KDF with a long-range knock as Haisaki was creeping around on the hill looking for a chance to get some third-party points in the way that he's been so accustomed to doing. Himas has a long drive to try and get over and revive his teammate.
Well, he is making the drive at the moment. Flood's not sure which way he actually wants to go. Turn around. 17 and Twisted Minds having a little bit of a go at one another. Again, it's not the scariest of prospects right now for Twisted Minds. They do have a bit of a buffer zone to play with, but Bleed and KDF still 4 strong in this game. If they both perform well and Twisted Minds
Она
drops like a rock,
не отсоединяет.
I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself, but it is possible mathematically for Twisted Minds still not to make it through to Friday.
Yeah. It would need them to have a disastrous final couple of games, and 17 being the ones to provide would be the ultimate irony right now, as they've had a really, really horrible weekend. Haisaki did get revived and immediately springs into action, barely having healed, but that's just the confidence of this Cerberus squad. They're going to fall back.
Дим? Дима. Короче, не будем, наверное, пока тратить. Сними.
Minds getting those points on the board, continues to put them into further and further safety. Cerberus in the meanwhile were
Да, опять
taken out on the
нокаются, на.
outskirts. Virtus Pro. Every time we seem to look at Virtus Pro, they've got 4 players online. They are doing a fantastic job of bringing consistency to the table here.
Играем с рандомами или дуо?
Да, с рандомами.
Ну, типа, я их рот ебал, Вань. Свет, говорю тебе. Ваня, ты чё не на работе, Вань?
Я это 4 работаю.
Я охуел. А стрим ты как включал?
Я же на обед приходил. Я включил и на работе смотрел.
Вот оно чё.
Вот если выходят 17-е Соники и ГГ.
Очень жаль. Очень жаль. Я не знаю, что с Лил Гостом случилось. Но мне кажется, он просто выгорел нахуй.
Может, опять
Просто нахуй
пушняк поехал.
выгорел.
Это самое. Так, что у нас? Песок 63, да, поинта?
А я курить не слышу.
Давай. Песок 63 поинта. За 2 дня 63 поинта. Ну это хуй, наверное. Очень слабо для них, блядь. Если это тоже тупит, блядь. Странно. Учиги с клана, да, тип?
Да ладно, не ссы. Что там, плаки-плаки, че нормалдаки, Вань? Плаки-плаки или нормалдаки?
Нормалдаки, а чё плаки-плаки-то?
Вань, это кринж?
Не знаю. Хоть жара у меня просто, блядь.
У меня...
Всё на
у
минусе,
нас
нахуй.
есть. У
Двое,
нас
что
есть
ли?
типы, да. Их надо гасить.
Само собой. Ну, не надо, сломя голову по-умному.
Надо этих типов убивать нахуй сразу.
Конечно, на шашлыках.
Он на тачку падает.
Аура. Байрам играет сейчас?
Ну хер знает, вроде бы да. Но у меня в друзьях есть, посмотрю, что это как-то. Ну тут один. Они уехали, что ли? Серьезно? Не свалили.
Оба уехали, да?
Не знаю.
Они сейчас подлутают и могут запылить.
Они, походу, в ту часть города уехали. Кемпы вот сюда.
Паук нужен.
Не разогретый, нихуя, я даже лутаться не могу. Нахуй. Блин, ты к ним идешь уже?
Ну, я здесь лутаюсь по тихой грусти.
Шарик будет? Надо шарик, наверное, да? Где зона у нас?
Хуй знает, до синей пока, блядь, непонятно. Двери закрыты и все.
Ебать, сон. Надо ехать, блядь.
Пацаны.
Почему, блядь? Хуйня происходит, блядь.
Чё, валим?
Шарика нету, да?
Шара нет, тачки нет, блять.
Тачка есть тут? УАЗик стоит. Че возле меня?
ПКС-ку скачал?
Нет.
Ребята, у вас болтовки или что?
ДМР.
Или ДМРки? Я тогда болтовку возьму.
Давай.
Я их не буду ждать. Пик сделаю, не будет идти.
Прыгайте в тачку. Машина одна, блять, больше нет. Влево до Талова по дороге.
Зачем?
Я нарисовал все швань.
Да не. Это про не поедем, нет?
Пизду, блядь, ебать, это очень долго ехать.
Ну ладно.
Ну, сядь за мной, пожалуйста. Что друга ебальника не дать.
Хорошо.
Бля, может, еще одну тачку давай возьмем. У вас справа машина. Со стороны откидного моста. За холм нашла.
Куда ушла?
Здесь. Дальше едет.
Они сюда на мост, наверное, едут, нет?
Факт, может даже дальнее. Сюда играем единицу.
Можно? Все, тачку меняем.
Смотри, аккуратно, пацаны, машину не будет.
Что бинты наменять? Женя, не наваливайся. Не наваливайся, Женя.
Я на крыше. Да, в принципе, можно и здесь поиграть. Пока что встать. Давай, моя компенс. Вань, тебе компенс аэр нужен?
Да.
Сюда зайди быстренько, быстренько, прям максимально быстренько.
Угу. А я уже иду. Первый.
Здесь.
Это глушитель Сайга нужен мне? Глушитель Сайга нужен? МКшки не было, я бы на МКшке.
Тачки не бросайте только.
А у меня бенз нет.
У меня сотка, я... Что за хуйня, ебаный забор?
Надо единицу быстро врываться.
Нет, тут там уже будут люди, надо на мою, наверное, нет? Сейчас посмотри, ЛГшка там есть. Вот здесь должна быть ЛГшка, да?
По-моему, да.
Едем?
Да.
Выбивают, пересаживаемся. Чему заставляет, блядь, пикать меня, нахуй? За него стою, он что думает? Я, блядь, смотрю на его скин такой.
Езжайте, я на досе поеду. Газуй.
Слева играют люди. Хуенги в этом. Тачка перед нами.
И у меня справа тоже машина.
Угу. Это дохуя машина. Эти кемпики обещают только один. Да метку даю, стреляйся, блядь, он в опане.
Сбил одного. Вот здесь типы, фу-фачка здесь.
ГГ.
Хуёвое место.
Ну, занято,
нахуй,
потому
мы,
что...
блядь, в центр зоны куда-то рвемся постоянно. Он нам нахуй тут не нужен, этот центр, блядь. Открою просто, играть потихонечку из зоны двигаться в пизду.
Там чувак в поле сидит. Ну что в поле?
Ну да, ему нормально.
Что, Женя?
Минус первое серебро, блядь, пойдет. Что это за хуй?
Блин, одну без меня. Ну.
Давай.
Пошли, пошли, пошли. Почему я так покупаю? Выйду. Я потратил на нее так мало. Где-то вроде 10 тысяч. Это мало. Я говорю, если ты ко мне зайдешь, то ты один. Ну блин, меня это стоит 1-2. За один, да? Точно. Давай. Может я себе оставлю.
Су?
Типа я... Не, я ебать. Не в попу. А потому что помню, я ее хотел. Я просто одну сделаю. Потому что двойную, ну, вроде двойной эффект. Как ты знаешь. Может подождать, пока она дорастет до 1 метра. Я их потом за 1-1. Да, покупаешь за 1-1. А сейчас что? На 1-2 стоит. 100 тысяч скидки. И 50 тысяч, да? Ладно, давай. Ты все равно не купишь. И... Раз, два. Ой, это 5000 а не 50. 50. Что, готов? Нет, я внизу вроде текст. Или... Да, я не... Все, готов. Сюда. У меня 1 миллион. Ой, 10 миллионов. Почти... Ну вот. Ну, кстати, когда она S-класс, возврата не принадлежит. сколько у тебя, Ярик? Ой, у тебя уже 1,9. Ну, тебе по сути там пару тысяч. Я не знаю почему, но но у меня он лишь 45. Быстро пришел. Я типа зашел, поставил, у меня за минут 10. Ярик, сколько ты наверное? Что, дать тебе, нет? Мне нечего продать. Все, у меня максимум, вот смотри, вот у меня какой раб? У меня раб 14. Ну нет, у меня максимум 5. 5. Так, сколько? 1. Короче, у меня будет 3 миллиона. Да, я больше, потому что 13 миллионов, как, я, куда ты там растешь? Как забирай его? Растешь как там мне еще 8 миллионов, Ярик, короче, да? И я смогу купить 2 S-класса. $15 миллионов. Так что ты там? Я пойду к этому. Понимаешь? Он в Kuwait играет в бейсбол. Даже за КМ отбивает.
Опять. Молодцы. Она хотела, это не, вместо этого хуярит ванну. Бля. Ебать, такая мёрзлая бесплатная. Ебанулась.
А я невидимка. А так скажешь, бегаю, потому что
On the day.
Yeah, we could talk at length about pressure and how teams can avoid it, what they can do to alleviate it, and to whether or not it causes crumbling sometimes. So sometimes the best thing to do during that break is just go in, put your headphones in, and zone out for a couple of minutes, and then come back with that fresh mindset, but a lot of the time it's all about the strategies coming in towards it as well. Players do a very swift VOD review, and we've got a big leaderboard outside. That's the only chance they get to see it, so they know what the target is. They know what they need to do, and they'll be counting that kill feed extremely closely to know whether or not those teams that they need to not pick up the points are getting.
I love that you call it a very big leaderboard outside, because it is actually
huge.
gigantic. It's like 2 floors high. I don't know, it's like 10 meters tall.
Yeah, it's like a massive projector right outside the hall, so they all swarm out and stare at it.
Yeah.
Oh man.
You know how like when you're going through an airport and everyone's trying to figure out where their gate is?
Departure gate.
It's kind of like that when there's just like 50 people standing at one screen.
Yeah, well, for some of these teams, it will mark their departure if they're not able to get it done. Again, Armory Gaming, Day Trade 17, it's too far for them.
Yeah.
It's been great to see them perform. 17 had a chance in the grand finals at the previous round of games at PGS 3. This time around just has not gone in their favor, and the same can be said for both Armory and Day Trade. But no doubt we'll see them again at the global stage, and certainly on the international stage. We know that they're teams that can have an impact, but this time around that will not be the case.
Yeah. Pretty smooth sailing so far for the first 8.5 minutes of this Miramar setup. The only player to drop was Flood on Falcons. Just a little bit of an unfortunate timing for him and FaZe catching him off. But everybody else has been taking it quite relaxed. Bleed are taking it very, very relaxed down on the southern side of the map, and we'll continue to check in with them as the game goes on. But AG and VLTH running into one another.
Had to be the APAC teams, didn't it? Just try and speed things up a little bit. Megavalos just about dips over the edge into that Death Valley in time as Armory Gaming claim full control of the entire plateau just to the western side of El Azahar, while Itai will be comfortable enough to play a bit of a split down towards the south, but Sololzi did get knocked by Fex in the kill feed just before we cut away. That was nearby. That was on that new road along between the valley and truck stop. He is not going to be flushed for now. Hamas is there to grab the revive, so Sololzi will remain in action.
Yeah, it hasn't really been brought up, and to be honest, it's kind of a non-factor, but there's actually a world right now where TSM end this group stage in first.
Right.
Which is not really what we had anticipated. I remember hearing Matt on the desk talking just before the game started about Cerberus being at, what, 68, I think it was, and New Happy on 60, and theorizing that they might have a 120-point group stage, which I don't necessarily disagree with that as an assumption. But that hasn't actually come together today. Cerberus and New Happy haven't really had the same day today as what they did on day one.
Oh my gosh. Well, New Happy might get a chance here. That is so much free space ahead of them as this zone hard shifts down towards the south E-Arena, and they will have a quick race to get into the primary positions around the field. But first, VP trying to make light work of a defense against a breach by Howl coming into the northern side of their shacks. Unfortunately, Quizzy will be lost to the cause as Nixie holds the front line. A bit of assistance from the off angle of Rello, though, as Code Marco taken down and flushed out as well.
Yeah, good shots coming in. Long range, definitely. VP, we've talked about them being a bit of a consistent force throughout this event so far, and might not quite come together for them in Game 6 if they lose another player or two. Nixie going desperately low. Hal obviously in the 3-on-3 as well, but both these teams have done enough.
Yeah. Not that you can blame them, but the one team that's glowing blue in the kill feed right now, Bleed, just avoiding all of the chaotic action ahead of them as Lukarux lands a close-range Dragonov one-tap on towards Ruin. All of Virtus Pro in the same shack. On Riz over the top, can't get the trades as Barpo and Tosi take his teammates down. Jane with a trade from distance with the MK12, and Rex getting up close to try and answer back and put Armory Gaming to their final rest.
AG just not having a good time at all. We'll go back over to the VP Hal fight as well to keep you updated with what's happening there. Rez onto Ibiza currently happening. And there is Armory Gaming getting a very early knock this evening. Only 11 minutes and 40 seconds into the final game. They're done. And that is them done for the event. We'll be saying goodbye to Armory Gaming. They'll be flying home.
Hasn't been the most successful of events for Armory Gaming, but this is a very young, fresh roster out of Thailand. And Howl has gone down quickly in succession as well, but for them it has been much more successful. 2 qualifications into the grand finals and another opportunity with more to do over the coming weekend.
Looks like Cerberus were able to get their res and they're back to full strength. So, you know, may have spoken a little bit too soon when saying TSM will walk away in first. May still, obviously. But Cerberus could have something to say about it, though. They're in a sort of awkward position now where they do have to think about rotating down south, and they are going to be very late in doing so. Pick up El Azahar just after Genji leave.
Sosa's bringing this over Fairist, I'm sure. I think, to be honest, he's probably come back up there after having come down looking for a gas can to get enough juice in this thing to bring it over for his IGL, who loves to fly around gathering that information. Maybe they're going to switch the roles up a little bit, but you'll at least spot this rotation from Genji coming late out of the blue zone, and that will give caution, give pause towards Hakatori and Diffix, who are currently looking forwards into the zone. They're going to turn back and watch their backline. But Genji, they
might run into Cerberus now.
Yeah, they don't want to go down that path, and this one might be even more dangerous.
Oh, this is
very interesting. Just one little bird in the sky has caused all kinds of shenanigans. The spam, the shots are through from Cerberus, but the connections aren't really there. Actually, the vast majority are going back in the other direction. Cerberus eating a few bullets of their own. Both teams will glide away from one another. Himas has been separated from the rest of the boys, as you can see there on the minimap. And we're highlighting Falcons again in the center of the zone, just down to the 3, unfortunately. But could still be a pretty solid finish from them.
It's quite interesting, actually. It was Genji that would have been spotted out by Sosed as he made his way along the side. So if Navi's setting up for a camp, it might be Cerberus that actually rolls into it on the eastern side of this zone. As Genji have turned back, they're going to wrap back towards the west through the southern side of El Azahar to the much less congested northern side of Minas. This is the fight they took earlier on, slightly further north of here, that left Armory Gaming sad, dejected, and ultimately eliminated from PGS4.
Yeah, and you know, the worst thing about this is, like, normally when we're playing online, when we're playing at home, we'd say, well, at least they can sort of clock off and go to bed, but you just have to sit there now on the stage and watch the rest of the game play out, knowing that you can't really do anything. You're just going to have to sit there. Also that you're doomed in the sense that you cannot make it into the top 16. So it's just a bad place to be, unfortunately, mentally.
But again, it's a good chance for them to get some international experience on the go for themselves, having been one of the few teams out of Thailand. They've played a couple of times in some of the regional events like PCS's. Potential. Riz in particular is someone that we've highlighted many times between ourselves in any of the Thailand or APAC tournaments. So no doubt we will be seeing them again in the future. But first of all, we've got Puchios trying to hold the line as Bleed Esports make a wrap to the south, but KDF under a lot of pressure as Na'Vi pushing towards them. Diffex, Grozer in hand, Sosed trying to run over in the smoke with the glider.
This is actually the coolest thing ever if he manages to make it work. He charges his way forward, and it is too easy for Sosed. He's the eye in the sky, but now he's also the dive bomber that's going to be the ultimate end of KDF, who tried their best to make it through to the top 16. They had a pretty valiant effort in one of the games today to get up to striking distance, but it's just not going to be enough. One player left standing, and Cerberus are circling like sharks in the water as well. Salute is out of the picture, and so too are the Kwangdong Freaks.
The stylish entrance of Sosed will mark the unceremonious exit of Kwangdong Freaks. They tried to make a move into the zone. Na'Vi playing the edge the way that they love to do, caught them off guard. And who else but Cerberus to be the gatekeepers and deny Kwangdong Freaks their chance of making it to the grand final.
It's APAC action right now. It's Daytrade and Cerberus that are causing problems for both Na'Vi and Falcons. Set themselves up on a bit of a crossfire. Falcons kind of stuck in the middle of that. Mime down. Wonder if they're going to be able to get the revive. Snake is coming across to have a bit of a look for it. In the meanwhile, it seems Cerberus are heading back to their vehicles. It's not a bad shout, to be honest. 40 seconds left on that zone push. They kind of need to focus on themselves rather than what's in front of them at this point in time. And they've got an opportunity to make a move, which is what they're going to do. Lead, I think, in a bit of a spot of bother here, if I'm being honest with you, Saga.
Big time. They might have a bit of an opportunity now as watching Twisted Mind push forwards. We're hearing the screams behind us as Lou gets eliminated, but Twisted Mind still hold on to that Cantera Ridge. They're pushing forwards, trying to take a position. Bleed, the best option they have now is to wait for them to take a fight up against the arena and attempt to backfill, but they're simply not committing.
Эта игра только за
There's just
топ-16.
nothing for Bleed left to take. But they've got an
Да на
emergency
вас все,
parachute, they've
потому
got a
послезавтра с
lifeline,
нуля
but
все начнется.
where would they go?
И чё? А,
Чё,
ну да.
Ну, в топ-16 надо занять
Да.
в общем и
То
все.
есть ты где сейчас?
Часы на топ-14, ну, их тяжело обойти.
Кто у них там, фальконы на пятки наступают?
Не, билды и, ну, вчерашние уже не могут обойти их. Вчерашние, ну, конкуренты, которые вчера играли. Вот. Билды только могут, но им надо топ брать и 5 фрагов.
Это ласт игра там?
Да? Сегодня. Плюс еще трое тесов живы. Не знаю, сегодня дичь какую-то делают. Может, специально так делают. Заебало тащить первые катки, а потом сосать, блядь. Мало думают. Плюс поинт. ВПшки удивили меня, Дим. Слышишь?
Да пиздец, что они сегодня сотворили, нахуй.
Они пиздец, они
У ВП
топ-6.
Квизи же этот, русский, да, по-моему?
Там и этот и вроде русский, как его, блядь.
Андрюха его, по-моему, зовут.
Двое вроде.
Я смотрел, там эти... Короче, там только русский. Только Квизи русский, и все.
А, да? А.
Ибица нет.
Ну, это российская организация. Собрала
Организация, да.
команду. Но Ибица раньше играл в этих фейзах, нет?
Да.
Он же из фейзов. Нахуй он вышел вообще? Вот, блядь, нахуй он туда вышел, блядь? 30 человек. Не, они просто сегодня сливают игру, да. Они видят, что топ-16, да. Все. Не играют. Позорище, блядь. 18-х шоу этот, он вообще слабенький, да, в этот раз?
Угу. Лил Гост, ебать, тоже вытащить ничего не может, блядь.
Уровень не подтягивают, играют как играли, а другие становятся лучше.
Я вообще попасть не могу, блядь.
Батулина в игре такая же система, как и у меня. У него башка как будто, знаешь, на всю карту. Ему всегда в голову давит. Да и фейзы тоже удивили сегодня. Сегодня.
Вообще нахуй без вариантов.
Откис.
Конечно, ебать, пиздец. Ничего не было, блядь. Ни каски, ни броника, ни, блядь, пиздец, короче.
Аж, короче, рулить будешь, я буду бегать за тобой. Поднимать тебя. Смоков наберу. Ставь фулку, нет? Вдвоем будет.
Это девчонка еще из Твича, блядь.
Часы даже Ховел обогнали.
М?
Часы даже Ховел обогнали. Билды вышли, блядь, слушай, на.
Чё?
Билды прошли. Кого-то скинули со вчерашней сетки. На 16 месте сейчас.
Нажми, Вань. Да не, наоборот. Мне нравится, что его хуже видно, короче. Да в пизду, никаких разноцветных скинов и прочей хуйни. Нахуй оно сралось. Да не знаком я нахуй ни с какой Маргаритой, блядь. Вот как меня выкобесит этой хуйней.
Открывать.
Нихуя везет.
Винер из склада 3 летит 4.
Погнали, погнали. Я в нижний Иван кемпы упаду.
Хорошо.
Подо мной которые.
Могут в эту сторону, не летят? Вроде никого.
На Винере сквад у пятый там куда-то хуярит, непонятно. Нахуй он со мной упал?
Не знаю. Ну там у вас лута больше, наверное. Печально. Пускай. Чуть-чуть.
Ультрик скинул. Я видел этот новый, розовая хуйта, блядь. Это коллаба у них, блядь. С какими-то шлюшками опять очередными. Которые в рот у продюсера взяли, и он их продвинул каким-то хуем. Я так понимаю, МКшка это, скорее всего, прогрессив ган будет. Розовенький. Кайф. Мы так все этого долго ждали, чтобы у нас розовенькие скины, блядь. В батл рояле, блядь, были нахуй. Пидорасы, сука. Бля, как у меня на них горит, Ваня, это пизда. Вот они сегодня показывали, блядь, танцульки, как они там танцульки снимают. Ёб твою мать, это ж такие бабки надо отдать актерам, блядь. А, блядь, хороший античит, нахуй, жалко им сделать. Сука, хуесосы. Маленькие азиатские твари.
Так, зона недалеко, надо, блядь. Мы долго лутаемся, мы ищем.
Чего? Я уже давно залутанный, нахуй.
Очко надо искать. Чё, давай, рули, блядь.
Да, все, нахуй, пока здесь играем двойку, блядь, не ебет. Пока.
У меня тачки
Дальше
нет.
видно будет. Нет. Красные скины, да. Красные нихуево смотрятся, базара нет, блядь. М-ка красная такая прикольная есть. Бать, вы что там до сих пор лутингом занимаетесь?
Я до машины дошел, лутану.
Нахуя? Бедный, что ли?
Да? Нищий. Кто там с ним воюет, нахуй? Он ебался, что ли? За мной не надо ехать. Соники подзаработали немного на хлебе. Похуй, довольно.
Так, пизда. Блять, даже финал не пройти, ну это позор. Это реально позор. Мне кажется, блядь, цесы сделают грязь нахуй.
Тут всякое может быть. Фалькон выиграет.
Так вообще ТСМ и нахуй сейчас топ-1 берут, это вообще пизда нахуй. Я с этого в ахуе.
ТСМ, да, они вообще в жизни не брали. И чисто на этих, блядь, ТСКах вывозили, блядь.
Да, потанцуй, братан, потанцуй.
Какой собранности в рамке, да, у людей? Какой собранности, говорю, в рамке, где у людей?
Пойдем туда ляжем. Давай. Слышишь?
Пошли, хватит.
Давай. Иди в комнату туда. Слышишь? Давай. Пойдем.
Ой, ебать, я хочу приколоться. Не едет, блядь.
Ебать, что шума нахуй? Вы что, едем? Охуенную дачку взял.
Хочу посмотреть, что будет.
О, найс. Зона у нас еще. 22 человека один. Даже меньше, 18.
Прижмет ее, нет, интересно.
Нет, зашкандыбают, наверное.
Вот так делать.
Ну, забагается и будет шуметь, нахуй.
Че по бустам?
1.6.
Да, чуть-чуть.
Что, блядь?
Я в ахуе, блядь.
Ну и текстуры в этой игре, да?
Текстура имба, блядь. Она даже не покосилась.
А чела убивает, да?
Угу.
Самая твердая текстура в этой игре, это походу человек. У них так это работает, нет?
Наверное.
Которая, ну, чисто разбивается, блядь. Делали бы лучше, чтобы бутылки хотя бы разбивали. Куда не залезешь? Читер, что ли, как?
Чего ты взял?
Ну, людей уже не надо. На человек.
Ну, еще Керим жесткий, да, такой?
он.
Пусть едут. Мне похуй, я никуда не поеду.
Да, мы здесь будем еще. Так, зона может даже еще остаться, блядь.
Да. Что он сказал?
Я не знаю, не понял. Ехал бы сейчас склад, да в этой хуйне, блядь, ебать.
Машина. Слышу. У них тачка. Ну да, вижу, вот там машина у них едет. На метке у вас тачка. Пусть едут. Здорово. Ай, куда?
Не смотреть. Это Винер, наверное, катается, нет?
Хз. Да, Рус, именно она. Она мне тоже нравилась. Не, ну я бы лучше золотой бегал, который PGS. Берил и МК. Берил рыбролом.
Блядь,
Да, пиздец.
я же сказал, зона у нас сейчас останется. В костеле могут сидеть, Владик. Ты куда?
Ну и тачку чуть подгоню в зону.
Да, группу у нас впереди вызвали. Можем подсосаться, посмотреть.
Подсосись, посмотри.
М-5. Прям на Н.
Я думаю, блядь, кто-то сейчас крутить будет нас нахуй справа.
Ну, там уже с кем-то файтится.
Это -1, ёпта. Команда не дала подсоса нахуй на добро, блядь. Он бежит туда, блядь. Школьников могут быть дохуя, блядь.
Может, сорвемся вот сюда на двойку, Вань?
Думаешь?
Не уверен. По тихой на зетке подъехать на тачку.
Давай.
Зетку. Вот, на метке.
Сейчас бы, блядь, на дом не залезть. Уёбище. Она не залазит у меня, блядь.
Уже прошли.
Гений, нахуй.
Не, конечно, нет. А с нами кинуло, знаешь, это... У него последний ранг на...
Продвигаемся. Может под мост попробовать?
Давай попробуем.
А, вот эта хуйня, она в зоне. Надо тачки возле моста вот здесь оставить снизу.
Слева.
Бегает Дим.
Где?
Я не играю с ним. Это всё его. What?
Ко мне.
Нет, куда?
Не понял, откуда вы. Ну, нет, с окна он не мог дать. Отсюда кидает.
Я на ту сторону Димоста перейду. Ну-ка. Дим, на хилку.
Ну, само собой, блядь. Дропы, метка.
Дал шот один. Ехать надо куда-нибудь. Так, куда ехать, я хуй знает. Рано, да? Наверное.
Да, лево надо играть.
Там по-любому на единицу люди эти. Наши убивают. Да.
Надо крутануть их как-то.
Мгм. Блядь.
Шапочка-то улетела.
О, тихо. Хуяпочка, блядь, улетела, еблан. Нахуй пиздеть, блядь. Вот в эти рандомы вообще всрались, блядь. Я говорю, мы чисто вдвоем играем, блядь. Бесполезный, блядь.
Б 35 урона дает, 24.
Так, по опену нахуй бегает и, блядь, всем похуй вообще, блядь.
Охуенно.
Блядь, жара просто пизда. Дышать нахуй нечем.
Не ходи сюда, не ходи, не ходи. Кем ты тут? Привет, Даня. Бля, а чё у меня с разрешением?
Твою мать, я чё не зацепился, Лея? Тачка на дороге вон есть.
Мгм. Туда двое, да, падают?
Я вижу, да, вижу.
Или склад упал?
Двое вроде бы.
Пострелять надо,
Зачем?
чтобы подумали, что один остался. ПФКшник. Надо ехать, наверное, дадим.
Да.
Да, не- Могут бежать уже.
Могут.
Видишь кого?
Блин, на мотоке колеса пробил.
Забери мне ГГшку.
Го пока в камне. Алло. Алло, 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 алло. Алло, 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 алло. Какие у нас варианты? Какие у нас варианты? Понял.
Поле бегает вместе.
Не знаю.
Ни разу не попал.
Угу. Да не знаю я. Да какой борщ, не вариант. Мне казан не к чему купить. Угу. Да.
Пешком подойду. Возьмешь за тачку? Дима, бля.
Так, сори, на телефоне был.
Дим, забери меня. Поедем. Там одного доел, то там ебать сколько людей было. Я такое мясо проебал. Человек 10 было нокнуто, я в четверку не могу попасть, блядь. Пятерки есть, Дим, у тебя много?
Нет, 60 штук.
Нет, 20. Вот, поедем. Куда
На, чуть-чуть дам. Двойка свободна?
Двойка, да.
Полутаться там есть вариант? Где-то дают, типа?
Правее. Там есть люди где. Вот здесь где-то. По сетке. Вон, видишь, вот здесь правее есть. Кого? Смоки дали, я не знаю, может поднять. Вроде бы и нет. Ну, в кемпах есть справа. Бля, тут остановились. Видишь как?
Не, нахуй, поехали отсюда.
Сейчас золотая.
Нашел его? Пятерки есть там у него?
Да? Точно чем-то оставил еще. Ай, больно.
Садись, садись, садись. У тебя справа сейчас тебя въебут.
Он не садится нахуй. Тут могут быть люди. Ну сюда, это смерть, нет? Им держи пятерок дам.
Тихо. Метка, Вань, метка, метка, метка. На крышу лезет, Вань.
Ты где нокнул?
На втором. Он возле. На крыше, Вань, на крыше, вот здесь тип.
На бустах? У меня нету кинуть еще. Где на втором? Аккуратно один. Кручу. Он спрыгнул, блин.
Я через верх играю.
Он внутри.
Да, блядь, ну почему Вань инфы нету?
Как
Ёбаный
я,
рот.
он на улице был.
Блядь. За забором.
Да, нахуй я дернулся. ХХшек не было?
Не знаю. Не помню.
Твой датек, нет?
Да. Все, жди его, не рыпайся. Либо правый сортир уйди, поиграй.
Он заспотает меня, я буду бежать, да? Там тачка, да?
Не должен. Не должен играть. Колеса пробитые все на тачке, если что.
А, да?
Да. Он не поедет далеко.
У меня руки потеют.
Потей, блядь. Давай, жди, 19 секунд, не спеши, все нормально. Лево посмотри, он может лево играть. Лево посмотри, на всякий случай. Справа он откроется между деревьями. Все, жди, не пали, пускай дальше пробежит. Все, работай.
Бать, я лох.
На камень запрыгни, зажми сауга. Ты берел всегда с приседи зажимаешь? Ну как повезет.
Кто даже не в зоне камень. Ни разу не промахнулся. Кто 78 играет с ними, нет. Быстренько. Ну, это чистый бустинг. Пять, блядь. 10 человек, нахуй.
Блять, у меня аномальная жара.
Чего?
Аномальная жара, блять, у меня кондер даже не справляется.
У меня такая же хуйня.
Мне как-то медленно входит в прицел. Блять, ну играй с упором, брат. Тебе плюс дали?
Да, конечно, мне ждать. Да и топ-5 мне бы без киллов дали. 35 дали.
Сама анимация плавная и медленная? Хуй знает. Интересно, когда новый билет выжившего? Royal Match. Вань, все три Ивана это ты у меня в друзьях?
Иди в зал. Ты не иди в зал. Давай. Дадим.
Да. Я говорю, в рояле 2 аккаунта у тебя в друзьях? У меня.
Нет.
Секс не твой там? Не ты, не в плане сека, секс, хуй пойми.
Нет. Не.
Ты чисто с Гилева?
А где?
Да, в роял матче заебал.
Royal Match. Это... А, нет, сейчас у меня заново началось.
Почему?
Я 5000 уровень апнул и нажал войти в аккаунт Google, и у меня все заново началось. Я ее больше не буду играть.
Который Иван Гилев.
Это старый.
5000. Это можно удалить, да?
Да.
Так, просто Иван.
Вот его оставьте. Там 200 уровень, да? Ой, какой
Нет, 1305.
А, не, это не мой.
Это тоже не ты?
Я другой, там,
Что
20
за
уровень.
уебан, блин? Добавишь потом, короче. Ты будешь в нее играть?
М?
Будешь в нее играть, а то мне жизни никому не накидывают. Легкая ручка в априори. Нашел. Все, я пол.
Не, не, не.
Мы в зоне, кайф. Компенс тебе отдам.
Ну, мы в зоне, можно сюда вообще на берег, да, пойти? Не берег, а такой ангар.
Что похуй. Дымовой пистолет возьми. Здесь же компенс себе скину.
У тебя нету компенса?
Есть. Компенс на метке.
Не, я просто один нашел, а второй не помешает. Дефолтная метка была.
Бля, я бы вот здесь пока что поиграл бы.
Можно?
Че по дропам?
Нахуй на ту сторону куда-то кинет. Там есть Дим, стопы. Это там или где? Это не там?
Не там. Заглуши, заглуши.
Нет, нет. На тачку загнать не видно. Че, ищем фраги хуй. Ему больно, он дальше такая.
Здесь смоки.
Где перебежки, блин? Бегает. На крышу пытается лезть. А, нет. На твоей. Верт летит еще ебаный, блядь. Нахуй не добавили в ранкер вот эту хуету, блядь, ебучую.
Вертолет?
Угу, смотри.
Да не, вертушка это нормально.
В окне был. Ты отошел, Дим?
Я здесь.
Играются на КВК.
На метке типы тоже играют. Прибежка.
Не вижу его. Тут не видно.
Нет, я присед не на зажатии. Один раз нажал, и он сел. И прицел у меня тоже нажатие, не удержание. В этом окне.
Его на полу, конечно.
Я не знаю, вот так вот, блядь, смотришь, блядь, типов всяких. Они, блядь, так жестко попадают с ДМРок. Это пиздец. Слов нахуй нет, блядь. Я, блядь, стреляю, все то же самое, блядь. Контролю отдачу, нихуя не залетает. Там же в окне.
Что, поедем? Заедем куда-нибудь. Куда? Дим?
Сейчас, подожди, посмотрим. Бля, ну нам бы единицу в идеале забрать бы. Это прям кайф был бы. Надо от берега поиграть пока что.
Угу.
О, подожди пока.
Бегают там двое. Путаются. Уносит. Не верю. Просто не верю.
Бать, у тебя глаза накрашены.
Ты врываешься?
Да.
Башкенция нужна.
Ебать фризик. Тут бустов миллиард нахуй.
Да их везде он достает, да. Я не влазит.
10 стрельба.
Нам эти сзади подъедут. Янги, хуянги. Всё на свете. До 4 зоны. Вижу, бегают там.
Бля, есть что-то типа по прицелам побольше, ебаный в рот?
Не, шестерка. Может, переплывем под... А, нет, нам туда не надо.
Да. Здесь панзер лежит на всякий случай.
Мгм. Сейчас видим. Зоны. Гору надо просто бояться. Нам переплыть надо, Дим, под мостом играть. Слышишь?
Давай.
На ногах. Наверное, я думаю. Не знаю. Заебался этот комар, блядь. А так?
Не греби. Пока не греби. Либо под этим, под водой плыви.
Остановил.
Ёбаный в рот. Подлево надо играть под столб. Погоди пока.
Да, там. Себя нокнешь.
Не.
Сделал. Меня пиздит. Не торопись. Ага. Я спускаюсь. Вот.
Сзади ебашь.
Сюда, Дим, надо. Сюда. Ну окей, Дим, кидай и живи как-нибудь. Хорошо, где нокаешь? СНН, рейдейт.
Метка. Доел. Зачем ты на мост залез? Нам здесь надо играть.
Я хуй знает. Кого-то у нас нокаешь? А, так ну нахуй, блядь. Как он попал, блядь? Вот как он попал, нахуй?
Ошибка, блядь.
Такого много, Дим? Вот на мою метку еще надо. А, нет, хорошо. Ну, пикселечек маленький попадает, блядь. Не знаю. Котлета, наверное. Прыгнуть, да, туда надо? Ой. Угу.
Пойди обновлю.
Байдером куда скинул?
Да ёб твою мать, захилься, сука.
Гайд, прыгай в воду нахуй. Смоки заканчиваются. Смок попадает.
Тачка спереди едет.
Ну как? Ну смогу же, блядь, суки! Бронзовые твари, блядь. Может, я выкину медицину и хаешки? Нет, успеваю вроде,
Играй.
да?
Играй, играй.
Я успею выпрыгнуть, нет? В воду.
Наверное.
Убьет? Аптеку ем сейчас. Нахуй, блядь, конченые, блядь. Иди нахуй. Последняя аптека, нахуй. Дима, у меня в упоре. Бил. Золотая его
Блядь,
не
без...
Чего здесь, тип?
Нету аптек. Пизда. Я умер. Хорош. Куда бежать? Уф. Я захожу в зону, он меня нокает. Брайан, you ask. Что за хуй 213? Вот.
Зачем ты на мост вообще пошел? Я вот этого понять не могу. Нахуй он тебе нужен был, этот мост? Смысла вообще от этого моста не было. Там, бля, в перекрестке слева и справа типы работали. Надо было чисто берег играть. Мы бы понад берегом поджались бы к этим типам. Все было бы нормально. Иди ты нахуй. 183 открытие нахуй. Ничего не падает.
Я коплю, нахуй. Я сейчас коплю, пока дропов нету, нахуй. Никому ничего не падает. Смысл открывать.
Короче, пошел я отдыхать нахуй, пизда. У меня уже слабость какая-то, я уже долго закрыл там, бля.
Ладно, давай, удачи.
Да,
Будешь еще
встречи.
сегодня?
Конечно, да, чуть попозже.
Окей. Пойдем мы на Азию. Пойдем мы на Азию. Соло ранкет. Нет, давайте. Нет, там Австралия не играет. В Азии. Или нет? Нет, давайте тоже отдохнем. Да, отдохнем.